Good afternoon and welcome members of the public, officers and members of the committee to South Kesteven District Council Planning Committee on the 12th of June 2025, and the time is just 5 minutes past 1. I'm Councillor Charmaine Morgan, the Chair of Planning, and I will be chairing the meeting today, and my Vice Chair, Councillor Penny Milnes, will be here and will be assisting me. Just going through some housekeeping matters first. So we're not aware of any fire drill taking place today. So if the fire alarm does sound, please follow the instructions provided by our fire warden, Joshua Mann, who is sitting on the end here. Please vacate the building via the nearest fire exit or central stairwell, and the meeting place is outside at the front on St. Peter's Hill Green. And for your reference, that is your nearest fire exit in the corner there. Can you please ensure that you have your mobile phones turned off or to silent? Thank you. Please be aware this meeting is being recorded and also being live streamed via public on the South Kesteven website. Can you ensure your microphones are turned off when you're not speaking, and ensure you do not place your mobile phones near your microphone to avoid any feedback? For our guests, any members of the public needing a drink are welcome to use. We have a water fountain in the corner over there, and we have toilets available on the outside landing. You're welcome to use those. Members, just for your information, if you need a break, just indicate, because otherwise, if you just walk out the room, you will not be able to take part in the rest of that particular item or vote. So I'm happy to have a little recess for you so you can continue. Now, we have with us today Councillor Phil Biltz, who's a Cabinet Member for Planning. Welcome. We also have the Assistant Director of Planning and Growth, Emma Whitaker, Development Manager Phil Jordan, Principal Development Manager Adam Murray. We have Planning Officer Debbie Wetherill, my apologies, Wetherill, and Assistant Planning Officer Alex McDonough. So he's coming later. Thank you. And from Legal Services, we have Paul Weeks with us today. Welcome, Paul. We have from Democratic Services, and responsible for our papers, Joshua Mann. Thank you, Joshua, who, as I said, is also doubling up as our fire warden. So we will now proceed to the main business of our meeting. Public speakers and ward councillors for the applications being heard today, please be aware that you will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will be advised when you have 30 seconds left. You may finish your sentence, but not another paragraph. And Penny will now read out our list of speakers in the order in which you will be invited to speak. If you'd like to go ahead, please, Penny. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item 4, application reference S24-2103, change of residential dwelling, use class 3 to a small care home for 2 children, use class C2, at 6 Dunster Close, Grantham. Against, Svetlana Degnan, Charlotte Stewart, and written statements which are in the papers, supplementary papers, from Chris Wagstaff, Brian Degnan and Brian Taylor. Thank you. And the applicant, Wayne Brankin, the Managing Director of Positive Independence. Agenda item 5, application reference S24-2110, erection of 11 dwellings with associated access, parking and landscaping, Wellington Way, Market Deeping, for Stephen Hepworth, the agent. Agenda item 6, application reference S24-2198, outline application for up to 268 residential dwellings, use class C3, up to 80-bed care home, use class C2, local centre and public open space and associated access, landscape drainage and infrastructure, Lander Exeterfield, Stamford. District Ward Councillor, Councillor Richard Cleaver, Councillor Susan Sandel, who has sent a written statement which will be read out. Stamford Parish Council, I do beg your pardon, we have a last-minute written statement from Councillor Rea Rayside, which will also be read out. Thank you. Stamford Parish Council, Councillor Barry Devereux. Against, Carl Kilgren, speaking with a joint statement with Caris Vaughan. The applicant, Andrew McPhee, Commercial Estates Group. Agenda item 7, application reference S250588, single storey rear extension, the Conifers, School Lane, Old Somerby. Against, Linda Dodd. Agenda item 8, application reference 250471, proposed single storey rear extension, the Caretaker's House, 27A Queensway, Grantham. No speakers. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll now go on to the main agenda. So, first of all, do we have any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've received apologies from Councillor Gloria Johnson, substituted by Councillor Helen Crawford, and apologies from Councillors David Bellamy and Patsy Ellis. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have any disclosure of interest for consideration? Councillor Whittington?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Disclose an interest in relation to agenda item 7, application S250588. I am related to the applicant, so on legal advice I'll be stepping outside when that item is discussed. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bishnell saying?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Declaring interest on S242198, the virtue that I'm a Stamford councillor, but I come here with an open mind. With that, I'll be and taking part in the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Trotter?
Yeah, item 7, I'm the ward councillor to this application, and I have engaged with the applicant, but I am not predetermined. This was some time ago. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any declaration? Or Councillor Bird?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the Wellington Way site is within my ward, and I'm not predisposed either way. I'm coming to that with an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If any members do believe at any point that you do have a disclosable interest, please then raise it during the meeting. That will be fine. I will just make the point that SKDC are either the applicant or actually own the property relating to applications S242110 Wellington Way Market Deeping and S250471 Queensway Grantham. Our committee stands independently of the council, and we've all been trained on what to do in this circumstance, and we will come to these with an open mind. Thank you. So we'll now move on to minutes of the meeting held 3rd of April 2025. That's wrong. That should be May, shouldn't it? Apologies, 8th of May 2025. Can I ask if we could have a proposer for those minutes or any issues? Councillor Harrison? A seconder, Councillor Bishnell Singh. Thank you. If I could have a vote on the acceptance of those minutes, please. Thank you. That's carried. We have received a supplementary paper. Can I just ask, have you all had an opportunity to read that paper? Have you all received this? You haven't received it?
It went out by email.
They were emailed to you all. Would you like a 5-minute recess to give you an opportunity to look at those? Thank you. We will just recess for 5 minutes. So at 20 past we'll come back. Yeah, unfortunately, unfortunately, with late papers, they can be received literally currently. We will now recommence our planning committee meeting. The time is now 1:20, and we will now move to the first item on the agenda, which is agenda item 4, application reference S242103, which is the change of residential dwelling, use class C3, to a small care home for 2 children at Dunster Close, Grantham. And I will now hand over to our planning officer, Kevin Cartwright.
Thank you, Chair. Since the production of the agenda and the circulation of the additional items paper, a further representation has been received from Councillor Paul Martin. He's raised concerns in relation to the lack of facilities, including provision within the Poplar Farm development, which is still under construction, and additionally noting that LCC, Lincolnshire County Council Children's Services, have not provided a recommendation on the application. Reference is also made to the Children's Act and the duty of care of local authorities in that respect. On the basis of the lack of facilities, hard to reach play and recreation areas, and until LCC Children's Services have provided comments, it is requested that the application be deferred. It should be noted that Poplar Farm is, these are now my sort of comments in relation to that, it should be noted that Poplar Farm is an evolving residential development within Grantham. There are numerous families that effectively live on the site already with access to facilities and services they need for day-to-day life. In relation to LCC comments, the County Council have commented that they have commented and not raised any objection. They have made it clear that they are not able at this time to comment on any planning requests. It is considered that the duty of care under the Children's Act would be fully explored by the requirements of the proposal to satisfy Ofsted and Lincolnshire County Council's Children's Commissioning team. So on that basis, I'll just move to the rest of the application and the officer recommendation and report. The application relates to the change of use of 6 Dunster Close to a care home for 2 children. The property is located at the end of a cul-de-sac and is accessed from a private drive. That's just an aerial photograph of just showing Dunster Close. As you can see from the block plan, there are no changes proposed to the current access arrangements. The hard surfaced area to the front of the existing double garage will be available for parking. The property has 4 bedrooms, with 2 providing sleeping accommodation for the 2 children and 2 bedrooms for the 2 members of staff who would sleep overnight at the property, with a single shift change taking place between 10 and 10:30 each morning. There's just some ground floor plans. The only change at ground floor would be, I think there's an existing study area at ground floor that would become the sort of staff office. And as discussed, the changes at the first floor would be for just the 4 bedrooms, 2 given over to the children and 2 given over to the staff. These are some photographs of the driveway in front of the double garage. Then we're looking down towards over the private drive, then towards the turning head. The last photographs are sort of taken from Dunster Close itself, looking back towards the property. Property in question would just be, that would be number 6 there, we could just see. The key matters for consideration are the principle of the development, residential amenity and highway safety. Also got some photos just before we move on to that, just showing the rear amenity space of the neighbouring properties and the close border fence around the boundaries. The application site is located in Grantham. This is a sustainable location with access to the necessary facilities for day-to-day life. As such, the proposal is considered to be acceptable from a spatial perspective. The proposal is considered to comply with policy H4 and it will provide children's care in a residential domestic setting. From a residential amenity perspective, whilst accepting that there will be a staff shift change, it is considered that the proposal would operate in a comparable way to that of a family home. This is supported by a recent appeal decision in which an inspector concluded that there will not be a significant difference between a typical family household use in relation to the level of activity, trip generation and overall comings and goings, and a proposed children care home. This was at Offham, and that's with a para 7.9.6 within the main body of the report. There are also no external changes to the property, and as such the proposal would not result in any significant increase in overlooking or loss of privacy beyond that of the occupation of the current property as a typical family home. Moving on to highway safety and parking. From a highway safety perspective, it's anticipated that the proposal would not result, that the proposal may result in additional parking on Dunster Close. This would likely occur during the shift changes in each day. The Highway Authority has acknowledged this and assessed the proposal on that basis and has not raised any objection on highway safety grounds. Whilst acknowledging that there will be no concerns from a highway safety perspective, it is considered appropriate to require the submission of a management plan. That's discussed in the additional items report, and there's a draft of the actual condition. Whilst this may to some extent duplicate the controls and considerations of Ofsted's licensing regime, it would provide the opportunity to control the additional visits to the site and staff parking arrangements. It should also be noted that on the basis of the recent appeal decision, there is a strong likelihood that should the proposed development be submitted in the form of a certificate of lawfulness application, the recommendation would likely be to grant the certificate. This would in theory remove the ability for the application of any planning conditions, including the management plan. In conclusion, the proposal is located in a sustainable location with no external physical changes to the building. There are no concerns from the Highway Authority from a highway safety perspective. As such, the proposal is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions in the main report and the additional condition for the management plan included in the additional items paper. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that. Just to remind members that we will have an opportunity to ask questions of our officer during the debates. If we can now please have coming forward our first speaker, who is Svetlana Degnan. If you would like to come forward, please, Svetlana. And I understand you've got some photos as well that you want to include in your presentation, so just make sure you've got time to set that up. Sorry, if you just want to let us know when you're ready to speak, you will have 3 minutes with a 30-second warning, and please don't run away after because we might have some questions for you. Thank you.
Before I started speaking, can I ask for a little bit discretion because English is not my first language. I'll try to be as quick as possible, but it's really hard for me to speak quickly.
Yes, I'm sure.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, that's fine.
If possible. I'm ready to start.
That's lovely. If you want to start.
I'm Svetlana Degnan, and I live on 8 Dunster Close, next door to the property at 6 Dunster Close. Firstly, safety on the shared driveway and risks to vulnerable children and elderly residents on our driveway. Can we please have picture number 1, which is this? This is our driveway, and 6 Dunster Close driveway is on the left of the picture where blue car is parked. Our shared driveway has no designated pedestrian pathway. It serves as as a mixed-use space for pedestrians, cyclists, vehicles, and a play area for our children, being the direct access point from our several front doors. I am the parent of a child with a disability. From my experience, vulnerable children and adults, including my own child, often have delayed reaction times and reduced awareness of external dangers. Presently, our shared driveway is home to 2 vulnerable children and 2 elderly residents. Should this proposal go ahead, the number of vulnerable individuals would rise to 6. The conversion of 6 Dunster Close into a care home will generate significantly more traffic, staff changes, visitors, support workers, transport, and even emergency services. For example, a typical 10 a.m. staff rotation alone could result in 8 vehicle movements, 4 of them reversing blindly. The combination of poor visibility, no pedestrian space, and increased traffic poses a serious threat to safety. Look at the picture, please. It risks stripping vulnerable residents of their independence, dignity, and mobility, ultimately reducing their quality of life. Moreover, there is no pedestrian footpath until over 120 meters away from the property in question on Berkeley Avenue. Increased parking demands and traffic volume on Dunster Close will only further exacerbate the risk to all users. The highway report presented with the application did not consider at all an absence of a footpath on Dunster Close and was limited only to assessing the public highway. Local authorities have a legal duty of care under the Care Act 2014 and Children Act 1989 to ensure the safety and well-being of vulnerable people.
30 seconds.
This includes ensuring local infrastructure does not place these individuals at increased risk. Secondly, insecure boundaries. The property at 6 Dunster Close, can we look please at the picture number 2, shares approximately 95 different one with a like drawing. Yes. So blue picture is 6 Dunster Close, shares approximately 95 meters of fencing with 6 neighboring properties. None of these fences are the legal responsibility of 6 Dunster Close. There is no frontal boundary for number 6 as well, and fire regulation requires the front door of care homes not to be locked at any time. This creates a serious safeguarding risk of unauthorized entry and exits and damage to neighboring properties. Given these boundary weaknesses, the safety and safeguarding requirements stipulated by the legal framework cannot be upheld, which compromises both the well-being of the residents within the care facility and vulnerable residents from neighboring properties. And thirdly, lack of privacy. Please see my picture 3. Yeah, this is a picture from the bedroom of one of the residents on Berkeley Avenue. 6 Dunster Close is directly overlooked by properties on Berkeley Avenue. SKDC's Design Guidance D1, paragraph 6E, states that there should be a minimum separation of 21 meters between rear-facing buildings to preserve privacy. However, a simple check via Google Map shows this distance is only 16 meters. Such inadequate separation is particularly troubling for a facility housing young and vulnerable people. Their privacy, as well as that of neighboring families, will be compromised, further undermining the appropriateness of this location. In conclusion, this proposal places residents, current and future, in an unsafe, unsuitable environment. It risks lives, privacy, dignity and well-being on vulnerable individuals.
Thank you for that. Thank you. We did allow a bit of attitude there, but thank you for the points raised. Do any of the committee members have any questions for you? Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chair. Can we just go back to the picture looking from the onto the driveway up to the house? That one, yeah. So I'm assuming where that blue car is on the left.
Yes, it's 6 Dunster Close, yeah.
Is the parking spaces for 2 Dunster?
6 Dunster, and
6 Dunster, sorry,
yeah, and in application they see there 5 parking places for staff on everyday basis.
And the car there on the in this picture on the right there, the white one there, I'm presuming that belongs to either your property or the...
This right path, its southern border is our private property of A Dunster Close.
Right. So that, what appears to be a pathway that runs under that car is your property, is it?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? Councillor Vishnu Singh?
I don't know if I heard it right. Did you mention during your presentations that there are 2 disabled adults and 2 children that have got disability? Where are they in relations to this?
So, my house is the house, this blue and white car. From our window, this picture was taken. So it's pictures taken from our property on A Dunster Close. This is a house for one of the disabled children. Another child, I'm not sure that I'm allowed to disclose on another property in this shared driveway, and 2 elderly people. They're not disabled, but they're vulnerable, also live within my property on A Dunster Close, from which this photograph is taken.
Thank you. Councillor Vishnu Singh?
Will you be able to probably show by a pointer, which are, you assume those 2 houses on the left is a shared driveway?
Shared driveway is starting, do you see those people who, I kind of call it in blue?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the beginning of our shared driveway.
Yeah.
And to get, for 6 Dunster Close, to get to their place of parking, they need to drive all through this area. Kevin, can you show, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, up to where there's a sharp 90 degrees bend to the left, to their garage. Furthermore, if there are more than 2 cars parked already at 6 Dunster Close, there is no turning point, so every car which parks there have to reverse through 90 degrees bend here, and then 90 degrees to get to Dunster Close in a space of 20 meters. There is no visibility when you're reversing, whether it's child, cat, dog, elderly person walking on our shared driveway.
Okay, thank you.
Many apologies, everyone. It's about taking your own advice. I do apologise for that. I thought it was off. Councillor Crawford.
Thank you. The people that live at 6 Dunster Close at the minute, and they have cars, and they manage to reverse down okay, do they?
There are nobody living here there at the moment, but before there was a family with 2 cars. As a standard household, you would expect to have 2 cars for parents, and there were 3 children in the household.
But again, they managed to reverse okay?
They were familiar with driveway first, because they're doing it every day. You're not as visitors, medical staff assistants.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a question? You mentioned there were 3 children living there before. Can I just check what ages they were, please? Do you have any idea whether they were young or older?
All the ages.
All of the ages.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Bird.
Thank you. could I clarify that the two garages, were they ever used as parking by the previous?
Never. And you would not expect staff, for example, to use them on a daily basis coming to work, to park their cars, I mean, in the garage.
Thank you very much for that. I think what we'd now do is move on to our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So if Charlotte Stewart can come forward, please. And I understand again we've got photographs. Again, if you can let us know when you're ready to speak, we'll have 3 minutes with the 30-second warning. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My neighbours and I strongly oppose the proposal, and I'd like to outline 3 key issues. Firstly, safety and crime considerations. Dunster Close is adjacent to a high crime estate where antisocial behaviour and sexual violence are the most commonly reported offences. A damaged wooden fence, broken and repaired on a yearly basis, provides direct, unrestricted access to our close. This vulnerability is already exploited, and the green space opposite number 6 often showing evidence of drug use and vandalism. It has to be repaired on a yearly basis currently. The Children's Commissioner reports that 52% of children in care have a criminal conviction by age 24 compared to 13% of their peers. This is not a reflection on individuals, but it does statistically indicate a greater likelihood of emergency and criminal incidents, particularly where complex needs are involved. Over the last 3 years, 6 hoax emergency calls to properties on Dunster Close have triggered serious incidents. Just last year, in 2 separate incidents, police forcibly entered number 5 in error and attempted to forcibly enter number 2, only prevented by our diligent neighbours. These are still open cases with the police and have left residents distressed at the sound and sight of emergency vehicles, an issue likely to escalate with a C2 facility next door. Secondly, light pollution and policy conflict. Currently, Dunster Close benefits from part-night street lighting to preserve tranquility and residential amenity. However, the Lincolnshire County Council policy mandates all-night lighting where care homes are located. This means approving this application will necessitate all-night lighting outside number 6, violating SKDC's own policy, SD1, seeking to minimise light pollution. Thirdly, lack of accuracy and management clarity. Residents have raised a number of factual inaccuracies and internal contradictions in the application. These raise serious doubts about the competence and care behind this proposal. If the foundational documents are flawed, how can we trust in the future of management of a high-needs facility? At a minimum, a clear detailed management plan should have been submitted. This should specify staffing levels, behavioural protocols, incident response procedures and ongoing communication with neighbours. Such a plan would allow residents to hold operators accountable if the facility is ever poorly managed. Melton Borough Council has set a precedent, requiring enforceable conditions for similar developments. We request no less. Without it, Dunster Close is left vulnerable to disruption with no meaningful recourse. In conclusion, Dunster Close is a close-knit residential community built on long-term neighbourly relationships. Introducing a C2 facility disrupts that balance. While it may be a home for children, it will function as a place of work for staff members, introducing commercial operation into a purely residential area, in direct contradiction to paragraph 130 of the National Planning Policy Framework, stating developments should be sympathetic to local character and add to the overall quality and amenity of the area. Approving this change sets a precedent for all future applications in Grantham. It risks gradual erosion of neighbourhood character, and incremental commercialisation is contrary to the principles of sustainable community-led development outlined in SKDC's own planning policies.
If you could stop there now, please. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have any questions for our speaker? No, thank you very much. Thank you. We did receive written statements from Chris Wagstaff, Brian Degnan and Brian Taylor. As previously advised, they were written statements that were in your late papers, so we will not be listening to those now. If we can now have our applicant come forward, please. Mr. Wayne Brankin, who's the Managing Director of Positive Independence. And if you would like to just let us know when you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes for 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Wayne Brankin, Managing Director of Positive Independence. I'm a qualified social worker with 30 years' experience of working in childcare, and 23 of these years was in Lincolnshire County Council. I've worked in Lincolnshire's Looked After Children's Team, the Deputy Manager at Lincolnshire Secure Unit, and I've managed a 7-bedded children's home for Lincolnshire County Council. These large residential homes do not work. They do not provide the correct environment for a child to thrive, and research has proven this time and time again. These institutionalised homes do not work for the children's long-term best interest and often go on to cause irretrievable harm. Small homes with individualised care provide the necessary nurturing environment for these children to develop. Positive Independence provides a one-to-one staffing ratio, not because the children need constant supervision from adults, but to replicate a normal family home, whatever that looks like. One member of staff can take the children out whilst the other is preparing dinner or other tasks. It's well documented there are not enough foster carers available, and we provide a hybrid between foster and residential care by providing bespoke and personal levels of care which can be designed and delivered. The children will be well matched together to provide long-term stability. Although we have to gain C2 use, the home will be used as small-scale, family-orientated with only 2 children, creating a small scale akin to a family dwelling and moves away from the institutionalised settings. In line with this, can I please request, if the planning application is agreed, can a condition be imposed that no more than 2 children can ever live at this home? Today, Lincolnshire County Council has approximately 750 looked after children, and these are our children. We in this room are the corporate parents of these children. We need to look after them and provide stability. Lincolnshire County Council Children in Care and Care Leaver Strategy 2022-25 identifies a corporate parent to be the council, its elected members, all employees and its partner agencies, and they are to be ambitious and provide the best possible services for the children in our care. Providing a children's home in Dunster Close will meet the LA strategy. Lincolnshire needs more placements in county, and although the county hasn't provided a specific, Sarah Keating from Residential Placements Commission states it all sounds really exciting and will be a valuable addition to the market in Lincolnshire. We will be providing homes for Lincolnshire children, meaning they remain connected in their county and give a service to Lincolnshire County Council for their children. All required documentation has been submitted and accepted by Ofsted, including a location risk assessment which identifies and mitigates any possible risk in the local community. Ofsted are waiting on the granting of plan application before visiting the property's grant registration. The objections are not a true representation of the whole community. There has only been a maximum of 13 local households who objected, compared to the hundreds of houses on this estate. I would also like to point out that a significant number of points raised in the objections are discriminatory against looked after children.
30 seconds.
Highways believe all parking and traffic can be adequately managed. We will not be making any structural changes or extensions to the property, meaning privacy and overlooking will not change. Covenants and deeds are not a planning matter but a civil one. The planning officer has submitted a very comprehensive report and believes all conditions are met, with certain conditions implemented, which we agree with. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I hear... Oh, Councillor Trotter first. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. I just want to ask why in particular this has this location. Obviously we've heard about the restrictive parking and there's no public pathways as such. So why this particular one? Thank you.
So we try to aim for houses at the end of cul-de-sacs, so to create the most limited amount of parking outside the neighbours. I would just like to go back to the photo that the lady showed us, where there was the cars parking. The car to the right-hand side on the white, that's the shared, they're parked on the shared drive. So the space between the tree and the white car is bigger than it's perceived, because at the front of the car is the garage to the right that you're looking at. That's the end of the garage. The shared drive comes from the edge of the garage, which is nearest to the window that's open, across behind the blue car and the trailer. So you've got a bigger turning circle than that picture from their visitor shows. So when we look at the parking, we chose this particularly because of the 3 spaces that we've got and the 2 possible spaces in the garage. And I appreciate that it may not be that normally the garage isn't used on a regular basis. However, that's a condition placed upon us to ensure that we don't impact on the neighbours. We would absolutely ensure this happens as part of a management action plan. We choose this house because it is part of the local community. We want our children to be part of the local community. We want them to thrive. We want them to develop. The neighbours there have talked very eloquently about their children growing up in these areas, and then this is what we want for our looked after children. Just because we've had a bad start in life doesn't mean to say we can't expect the best for our kids. So we choose these houses in order to fit seamlessly into the local community.
Thank you. If we could have Councillor Wood, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, thank you. You talk about Lincolnshire young people. I wonder if you could clarify, well, what do you actually mean by Lincolnshire? Is it just children from Lincolnshire and you won't consider them from anywhere else? And by young people, can you put an age limit on that? Or are you saying, I mean, is it anybody who's not an adult? And then I've got a follow-up question. You refer to Sarah Keeling from the commissioning officer, but you've said comments, but we don't seem to have official comments from them. So I don't know why that is, whether you can explain that.
Yes, of course. Sorry, I might have forgotten your first one, but I'll go to the second one and the third one, then we might have to come back. So the age group, as designated by Ofsted, is 8 to 18. So that doesn't mean there's only 2 children. So it might be that we have an 8-year-old and a 10-year-old. It may be a 10 and a 12. It really depends on the need of the local authority. So our age range is 8 to 18. So we hope to take a couple of young people, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then must stay until they're 18, and then they move on to independent living. So we prepare them for independence as any family would for their children. So that's the age range. Sarah Keating and those in commissioners can't possibly give an actual comment because it goes on that they'll place with us, because it gets all the procurement principles of Lincolnshire County Council. So when a young person needs placing, there's, I hate to use the children in these commodities, but their paperwork goes out to lots of providers all around the country. And then what happens is those providers, if they've got places, they will offer a bed to the Lincolnshire County Council. And then the procurement process, so they look at cost, they will look at location, they'll look at statement of purpose, they'll look at Ofsted rating, and they look at all of these factors, and then they determine what's best for that child before they can place. So they couldn't possibly say, yeah, we're going to place with you in a formal document, because that would go against our own policy of procurement. So almost they're given us the children without going through the process. So they won't be able to write that down. I'm very sorry, sir, I forgot your first question. Oh, Lincolnshire, absolutely. So, for us, we've got homes in Nottingham, Mansfield, Derbyshire. We could have gone anywhere in the country. But through our verbal conversations with Sarah and with the commissioning team, we know that there's a need in Grantham. That's why we've come into Grantham. And we will not bring lots and lots of houses, because I don't believe in that. I do not want our children to grow up. They've already been stigmatised. They're stigmatised by this process, because all of our neighbours know that looked after children will be living in this house. So they're already stigmatised by the looked after process and then by where they're living now. So we want to we want them to be attending local schools. We want them to be attending the local parks. So as far as we're concerned, we are aiming this provision for Lincolnshire. So I cannot tell you, sir, that they won't come from Market Raisin or somewhere. I can't tell you that, because it will be a Lincolnshire provision.
But are you actually saying that they won't come from Nottinghamshire, they will only come from Lincolnshire? I know you can't say the town, but are you targeted solely on Lincolnshire?
So,
sorry.
Sorry, my understanding is we don't actually as such have a policy that means we would only take children or accept children from Lincolnshire. So whilst I understand why you're asking the question, I think the point was made that there's a preference for
Madam Chairman, the reason I was asking it, because it says Lincolnshire young people, I just wanted to clarify, is it just targeting Lincolnshire?
From our intention, it is absolute Lincolnshire. We will target with Lincolnshire, but we also understand that there are times when you may have a local authority that needs to place elsewhere. Now, from our point of view, we only focus on the local authority that we're working in, or very close borders. Yeah, so my whole emphasis is Lincolnshire will place with us. If for whatever reason they choose not to, I might have to match another young person from a local border, but it's our absolute intention for them to be Lincolnshire children.
Thank you. If we can now please go to Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr Brankey, thank you very much. I think the stuff you do is a fantastic provision for youngsters, I really do. And I totally agree with you that some of these bigger care homes are are detrimental, so we're on the same hymn sheet there. But I've got to ask, do you not have any concerns on the location of that house with the parking that will have to be there because of your staff? Will, when I look at the photographs there and the aerial pictures and the Google Earth plans, will facilitate that vehicles will have to reverse out of there. Does that not concern you, not only about your children in your care, but other children and adults that may, and vulnerable adults that may be around that area?
Although there's a concern for it at any time, but I don't find it as an unduly higher proportion of a concern. There's going to, we minimise our staffing ratios so that there is only one handover period between 10 and 10:30. That's when the main thoroughfare of traffic. And as Highways have pointed out, there is enough parking, so we could ensure as part of a condition that the staff, there is only the 3 cars that are in the house, which is akin to a normal family home who would have 3 houses, could have 3 cars there. And then the others could park, as the councillors did when they visited the property, on the actual Dunster Close. And then later on, we could move the cars onto our facility.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. One of the concerns that was raised related to lighting. Is there a plan for overnight lighting?
Hi, we have, as part of our process, we have homes already in Lincolnshire, in North Kesteven. So we've got one home at Bracebridge and one home at North Hykeham, and that we don't ask for that. That has not been something that is in place in any of our other homes, in other local authorities, in other counties, that the lighting is the same as it is as any other normal family home. So we do not ask for that, and we do not want that.
Thank you. Councillor Bishnal Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, through you. Thank you for presentations, very interesting. And obviously, for running the various care homes, you've got vast experience in the type of children that you actually deal with. Obviously, they have got in a wide autistic spectrums, and you made quite a good point about environment being. So do you feel that these locations here, where you've got all the houses around, is a suitable environment for children to be, with needs to be brought up there?
Sorry, I think we've already had that. I think, firstly, we've already had that question, and secondly, there was a degree of speculation within that question, if I dare say so. Does anybody else have a question to ask? No. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. So we will now move on to any questions we might have of our officer or any form of debate that you may want to have regarding the application. Councillor Wood.
Kevin, I want to talk to you about the parking and the garage situation. I noticed on one of your comments you talk about the garages are usually occupied as storage, but in this case you're anticipating that they'll be used for parking, I think. And you're saying it can be secured by appropriate worded condition. Is that going to be an enforceable condition? I can just see if you put a condition on, they must be used. Is that really sensible to say it's going to be enforceable?
I don't see why it's not enforceable. It is a practice condition elsewhere in other local authorities where there are specific parking restrictions. If it's reported that the cars aren't being parked in the garage, it's nothing more than a visual inspection of the site. That would identify a breach, wouldn't it? So that would be, to me, an enforceable condition.
I could just see that it'd be difficult to enforce it, because if you go and do a visual inspection, they're not parked in the garage, they're parked outside. It'd be quite difficult to know they're actually using that garage as a parking area, wouldn't it?
it's not unreasonable to seek access to the garage. You can ask the garage door to be lifted if you're saying it's not being used as a vehicle. I don't think it's too incumbent upon our enforcement team to investigate such breaches.
I understand Emma Whitaker would like to say something.
Thank you. This is a very standard condition that's used up and down the country in order to ensure that parking spaces are retained as such. You can't stop somebody parking lawfully on the road, and they have that right to park on the road. What we need to make sure that we're able to demonstrate is that we can provide sufficient off-street parking to meet the needs of the development. One of the common issues that we will have are people who use their garages for storage of other things. This condition allows us to enforce that so that it is left clear of storage of lawnmowers, tools, whatever bikes people may put in there, and it is available for the parking of motor vehicles to meet the needs of the development. So it's a perfectly reasonable, perfectly enforceable condition, and you will see that up and down the breadth of the depth of the country.
Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the clarification there. So I think on the parking and the access and the exit issues, if there are 2 cars in the garages and 3 cars on the hard standing in front of the garages, that's the 5 designated spaces. But for someone in the garage to exit, then the other 2 cars have got to reverse down the whole sort of part of the shared drive in order for the other one to, there's a lot of kind of, is it like a Tetris sort of movement stuff needing to go on. Is there also a condition, just in case I've missed it, that no staff cars can park anywhere on that shared drive before they get to the end of the close?
There isn't a specific condition, but you wouldn't, as the properties are arranged now, it is by definition a shared drive, so it would be completely unreasonable for somebody to park on the shared drive because it would block it for all the users down there. I struggle to see an awful lot of difference between the occupation as a typical family home and the operation of this proposal. The 5-car scenario, I suppose, is the worst case scenario in so much that you've got the shift changeover and any other third-party visiting, be it a therapist, etc. To me, it would be unlikely that you would have all 5 vehicles at the necessarily on the site at one point. It may be that there are 2 vehicles to the existing staff there at staff changeover, as the applicant indicated in his presentation, that the vehicles perhaps parked actually on the main cul-de-sac element rather than on the private drive, as you've said. And the vehicles could be changed over on an individual basis. Then there would be 1 vehicle movement out, the next one would go in, rather than 2 vehicles going out at once.
Sorry, Councillor Bird,
yes. If that is the case, I think human nature is such that there may be the potential for staff or visitors, more than staff, to park on the shared drive, which would inconvenience the neighbours, because that part where that white car was is not part of the shared drive, as far as I understand it. So they may see the space if they're a visitor and not understand which part of the drive is the shared drive. So they may park along that side because it's convenient in order to access the property. So I do wonder if we could condition that no part of that shared drive should be parked on by any staff or visitors. Thank you.
The planning permission relates to the red line area, the application site as submitted. So that's what the application relates to. So it doesn't, in any way infer any control or any ability to park elsewhere. They've only got the ability to park within that red line, and then, as Emma has already said, there is no control over anybody parking on the adopted highway. So it is, it would be no different than, say, operating as a family home and a visitor coming to that family home. There is no control over them not to park on that private drive, but you would, out of courtesy, normally not do that.
I think that is my concern, is that quite clearly is going to be an inconvenience to those neighbours, because people will do it.
Yes, sorry, I'm going to move on if I may. Councillor Fellows has had his hand up for a while, and then... No, Paul had his hand. He was first.
I got it. Yeah. I said at the outset I find no problem with the parking whatsoever, but I have got a very specific question, because parking issues are ones we all face every day of our lives in our own roads or in our own areas. And I'd just like to ask Kevin, the confusion of the parking in that little particular cul-de-sac also is made by other residents not putting their cars in the garage. Every single house on that cul-de-sac has a garage. They choose to put all, as I do, or other people do, I actually don't. Some people choose to put all paint in them and never use them, but the parking provision is there. And also the angles of the photograph are detrimental to the notion that the manoeuvrability is possible. Do you think the manoeuvrability is possible? And what's your feelings about other residents actually using their own designated parking spaces to move cars out of the way?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on how other people down the cul-de-sac operate. I don't think it's appropriate for me to do that. You have your recommendation from me in front of you in relation to the proposal, so I wouldn't be recommending the proposal for approval if I didn't think it would functionally work. So we have no comments from the Highway Authority raising any concerns from a highway safety perspective. We have the additional condition as well in relation to a management plan. I don't think it would be unreasonable to include within that management plan the ability to prevent any parking on that shared driveway element, if that is the concern from members.
Thank you. I then have Councillor Harrison and then Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at this picture on page 6 of the supplementary, the aerial view looking down on it. So where the white car is,
Could we bring it up so people can see?
Can I just say something else?
Yeah, and while we're looking at that or sorting that out, if we could bring the can we do that? It's on the papers.
I think Adam's just going to try and see if he can scale off one of the plans in the back office system. What I would just like to remind members is we're looking at a change of use from a residential dwelling that already exists to a proposed care home for up to 2 children.
That's working. I'm all right. Can I just ask if anyone else will test their microphone? We'll just finish this point and then I think we might need some IT support.
Absolutely. I'll just for the benefit, I'm not Councillor Charmaine Morgan, but it's going to pick up for those watching at home because of the way the microphones are programmed in. What I was saying there, just for clarity, is this is a material change of use application from a residential dwelling to a care home for up to 2 children. When we're looking at assessing these types of applications, we have to do a comparison between existing and proposed. This is a residential dwelling. It will have people living in there. It has had people living there. They could be families with children, and they will be families with motor vehicles that will need to manoeuvre up and down that private driveway. What we need to concentrate on is what the material difference is between that situation and the proposed use. It may not be ideal now, but is it going to be any worse if allowed and operating as a care home? That's the test. That is the point that we need to be thinking about. And we'll see if we've got the measurements. Thank
No, I think unfortunately, Right, okay, unfortunately we have a technical issue here. We will need to adjourn until this is resolved. Apologies to everybody. It looks like none of our speakers except mine as well. Harrison, you were the last person who had registered. Councillor Crawford. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Right, and did we bring a plan up? Have we been able to?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my colleague's hopefully done a measurement and he's taken a point there, back along there to the cul-de-sac, and he's measured that at being 23 metres.
So 23 metres is the answer. Councillor Harris.
I can come back on that then, Chair, because I'm looking and guidance says, especially when something like this is happening where we're altering the use and there's possibility of emergency vehicles, etc., that the reversing distance, and this is under the Manual for Streets and Design Guidance, the reversing distance should not be required to reverse more than 12 metres. So I've got a concern with that. I don't know whether that stands in as a material consideration. If somebody could feed me back on that.
I think, again, Councillor Harrison, the question would be, how is that materially different from the existing use? Where you've got residential property where you could have people who are taken poorly, unwell, you could have children living there, elderly people, other people with disabilities that may also need those same emergency services. So it's a change of use, but what's the difference? And if you feel that there's a difference and that's significant enough, then that's for the committee to decide. But that's the test that you need to follow. What is that material difference between how that property operates as a dwelling house and then how it would operate as a proposed care home for up to 2 children? Bearing in mind, as we've already heard, we have had a very recent lawful development certificate decision in Hotham where it was decreed that a similar scale property was did not require change. It did not trigger a change of use, so it was lawful to continue without a change of use application. I'm not suggesting that's the same here, but that is something that that we have to assess, and that just shows how difficult it is and how slim some of those margins can be. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, Emma, if I can just come back with another question for clarification for me then. So the fact that this is changing use, does that not negate anything and then bring into regulation that because it's a change of use, therefore the regulations of the Manual for Streets, etc., then become back into play, if you like, rather than what was there? You know, like if we knock a building down and go, well, there was a building there before, it has to apply. The new regulations have to apply to it, don't they? So does that not apply with this?
Yes and no. So if you've got an they've applied for change of use from one use to another, but the existing use is going to have a certain amount of vehicular movements. They're going to be domestic because it's a dwelling. They're going to be potentially delivery vehicles. They could be ambulances, fire, you know, all of those different types of vehicles. And those regulations will have applied in relation to Manual for Streets. This is a private driveway, so sometimes on private driveways it's slightly different rules as it is to the public highway. And of course we've heard that the County Council's Highways Authority have not raised any objections or concerns, and they're the sorts of things they would be looking at from a highways perspective. But we have to do a compare and contrast. As a proposed care home, what is the difference? Are we having suddenly greater vehicular movements, a greater number of deliveries, etc.? We don't have that evidence to suggest that there will be. We know that there will be shift pattern changes. We know that there will be some staff at the site. I think it's 2 members of staff and the 2 children. But how many additional vehicular movements is that above and beyond the use of the dwelling as a dwelling house, as it currently is and could be? And that could be a significant number. So Highways have commented and said no concerns in terms of manoeuvrability, safety or vehicular movements, but that's the test. where's the evidence that will support, if we went to an appeal situation, this is a significantly greater vehicular movements, which means that, that there is an issue with that existing arrangement.
If I can come back, Chair, sorry. So does Highways recommendations end at the end of Dunster Drive, being as that's a private driveway? Do their recommendations continue on that private driveway? Because that's what we're taking into account here. Can Highways, you know, their recommendation can surely only go on their roads. It can't go on that private highway. And that's my concern, is that private driveway, the narrowness of that and the length of the distance to reverse down. That is my big concern. And yes, I believe that we will have more vehicles there, because they're saying already there could be up to 5 vehicles there. No, that's not the average number of vehicles per house.
So first, in relation to a dwelling house, it could be. There could be. You could have 4. You could have 4 adults driving. So you could have 4 cars in a dwelling house. That's perfectly normal. It's some cycles for a dwelling house. In relation to what Highways would look at, they would not just look at the highway situation at the point that the private drive meets the public highway. They would be looking at accessibility and turning circles in the same way that they would for a car parking facility that serves an office or a supermarket or any of those other uses, and how that functions and interacts with the public highway. So County would have looked at the development as a whole.
Thank you. If I might just add that actually a key difference between this application and a residential property is that, as has been mentioned, there will be a management plan with this where you'd actually have zero control over what happens in a residential property and where people choose to park. As was the evidence did come up when that white car was parked in the communal area. Whose car was that, we don't know. But a management plan could help control that. No, I was referring to the car that actually Councillor Mills and I did a site visit, and we noted that there was a vehicle actually parked clearly on the communal driveway as you access that very tight area. Who parked there? We don't know who's parked there, but this would be supported by a management plan. I'm just making that point. If we could move on to Councillor Crawford, please.
Thank you. The point that Councillor Bird made about 5 cars, I just remember the old sitcom Butterflies, where everybody had to move all the cars and revving the engines. That could be with anybody. Everything that I have seen regarding representation from publicity could be any family that moves in next door. I could move in, all my kids have got partners, additional cars, additional noise, one plays the drums, the other one's learning a trumpet. You're going to get noise. It is by the grace of God that you get decent neighbours. These should be decent neighbours, and I have no problem proposing that we accept this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a proposer. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Smith will second that, and I believe Councillor Smith, you also wanted to speak. So if that's right, if I.
No, it was only to sort of say what Councillor Crawford's already said.
Thank you. Do we have any more debate regarding Councillor Wood, Councillor everybody, Councillor Trotter, Councillor Milnes and Councillor Whittington?
Yeah, if I could just say, following up what Councillor Harrison has said about the car parking arrangements, I agree with what he said about it actually. I must admit, Emma, I don't quite follow your arguments to disagree with that. I know if it was a residential dwelling, there'd be lack of control on it and we could have different people in there. But this is a change of use, isn't it? And to me, it's not desirable to reverse out for that length of distance. Although, some people do it on shared drives, I know, as a residential. This is a change of use, and we know with the change of use, we're going to get different circumstances. And we have got these staff changes every day, haven't we? So we're going to have a lot more, to me, we're going to have a lot more car movements. So I don't think it is desirable to push that. And I think we should consider the fact it's a change of use, a definite change of use. There will be more car movements. And I don't think we could just say, oh, if it was a residential dwelling, we couldn't control it. No, that's fair enough, we couldn't, but it's not. Why is it a change of use then? Surely it comes to this committee as a definite change of use that we've got to consider. Otherwise, I'm left feeling it doesn't matter any change of use for this, can't make any difference. We could never, there's no reason to object to any change of use.
If we can go to Emma, I think we'd just like to respond to that point.
Thank you.
I'm left confused with it being that we don't seem to take account of the fact it is a change of use. That's what it comes down to.
Okay, I think you're probably fundamentally misunderstanding some of the points here, and I'll try and be clearer and sort of clarify that for you. It's an application for planning permission because the applicant has made and chosen to make an application for planning permission for a change of use. We therefore have a statutory duty to consider the application in front of us. Not all proposals require planning permission. Sometimes they are not a material change of use or not development and therefore lawful to proceed. Sometimes they are permitted development and therefore have permission in another form. There's an alternative form to allow applicants to seek confirmation that what they wish to do does not require planning permission. It's called a lawful development certificate, and that's what we had at the Hotham scheme relatively recently, where the inspector concluded that a similar scheme for 2 children living in a property, and it was this something that, was it the Hotham, wasn't it? Yeah, Hotham scheme, did not require planning permission. It was lawful to proceed. However, we've got this application in front of us, so we do need to consider it. We do need to have regard to not every children's home for up to 2 children will be a material change of use. It's a matter of fact and degree, and it very much depends on the circumstances of the property, of the numbers of coming and going, numbers of children, you know, all of those different factors. And therefore, the answer on one site is not necessarily the same answer on another site. But we do need to bear that in mind a little bit. It's a material change. They've applied for a change of use from a dwelling, residential dwelling falling into use class C3 to a care home falling into use class C2. Not every change that goes from C3 to C2 in that sense is a material change of use, and that's a little challenging sometimes to understand when there's some subtleties around that. But we've got this application. It's fine to accept, but we need evidence if we're going to refuse this application to demonstrate that there will be a greater number of vehicular movements above and beyond that as the dwelling, as a C3 dwelling. Okay, with a family living in there without care. In this particular instance, we've got a driveway, there's a private driveway, and then there's the public highway, and there's certain accessibility. We can't suddenly say that's okay as a dwelling because it's okay, it's there, it exists, but suddenly because it's a different use, it's not okay. Why is it not okay? What is it about the proposal that is materially different from the existing use in terms of how it's being used, the number of users, the number of people that are accessing it? How is that different that makes the existing situation, which is there and will be used like that for a dwelling, what makes that suddenly not acceptable for for the proposed care home use? And it might be that you look at it and go, well, it doesn't make sense. It's, you know, people are going to have to manoeuvre and turn, but they're doing that at the moment. So what's the additional harm? And it's that additional harm that we need to consider. If there is additional harm and the committee is satisfied that there's additional harm, there's enough evidence, and think back to your training which was last week about how we defend these sorts of and make these decisions, if there's enough evidence, then by all means, you know, I think we've had a motion and a seconder. We'll have to go to the vote on that, and if that fails, there can be a different proposal. And that's absolutely fine. The committee is entitled to reach that different decision, but you must have evidence and you must be able to articulate the change and the harm that arises from that proposal. Hopefully that's a little bit clearer. They're not always the easiest of applications to deal with. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that point, which is why it's come to committee for us to consider, Councillor Mill.
Right, okay. I visited the site, and I must say my initial impression was that parking was very tight. There was a lot of parking already there from residents. But I do understand that it's already there. It got permission when it was first built. It's a family home. You can park 5 cars there. The big issue is the backing down that dogleg private drive, which is tight. I don't think I'd like to take my car up there and try and back down, I have to admit. However, I do understand the arguments about it's no different to 5 cars parking there as a private house. The big difference to me is this is a business use, and therefore it's staff that are coming backwards and forwards, and there are shift changes. You've got double parking as they move the cars each day in order to be able to park. There is no turning ahead, so they have to back out. On the other hand, I do appreciate the additional condition that's been offered on parking management plan together with a management plan of the home, which hopefully will make arrangements that they need to comply with on that issue of using the garages, how many people are backing in and out at a time. I still think people will perhaps park on the close rather than back out of there, or shuffle the cars every time they have to move. My extra consideration was for some landscaping plan at the rear, because there is severe overlooking from another property right into the kitchen and dining area of this potential children's home, which I think needs some sort of strategic planting to offset that, which might then help. I think vice versa, they can look the other way, but my concern is this is for vulnerable children, and it's very obvious overlooking from that property at the back. So I'm hoping we can perhaps consider adding that strategic landscape condition.
Would you be willing to?
Very happy for that.
I have to say that having done a site visit as well, I would definitely recommend that we do that. So the difference really between strategic landscaping and like a blanket landscape is it just creates a gentle break rather than a wall of trees because of the space. And if I can now, so did you have anything else you wanted to say? I understand that has been accepted by our, thank you, that amendment. So moving forward then with the amendment, I had Councillor Trotter wanted to speak, Councillor Whittington, and I think Councillor Harrison's hand was up again, and Councillor Bird.
Yeah, I just, sorry Madam Chairman, were you giving me the go-ahead? Yeah, I just wanted to say, we hear every time, it's like a normal family home. I know some respects you could say that the movement could be similar, but it isn't a normal family because they're wanting to apply for a change of use, which is a business with staff, not, sadly, no mum and dad on the scene, etc. So we're not allowed to really ask about where they're going to be educated, who's coming in and out. So yeah, can I just speak? So I'm sort of, I agree with Councillor Milnes. If we can overcome a bit of the concerns of the residents, I am a bit more reassured, but time and time again we hear the same. I hear that they want to house Lincolnshire children, but that's not a planning issue, and are they really Lincolnshire children? I'm just hearing the same thing, but if I've got any sort of reassurance, I'd like to see the children out, fresh air, enjoying themselves, etc. And they are quite restricted, and and that's why I asked, why this property? Because I think of all the properties, you know, why this with a bit tight for parking. So anyway, that's my bit, but thank you, Penny.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Whittington.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've been listening to the discussions and the presentations from the various public speakers as well, and for me, it turns on an interpretation of local plan policy DE1. The officer view is that the proposal will not be a detriment to the character and appearance of the area. And that's also been referred to in some of the submissions that we've got from the residents to say that, in their opinion, it would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area. And after listening to everybody, I'm tending to actually think that I would think that, in my view, it would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area. So I think potentially we could have a conflict there, because it's a subjective interpretation. You know, is something going to be detrimental to the character or not? There seems to be two views here: one that it wouldn't be, and one that it would be. And I think it's a question of interpretation of that. And in my view, I'm coming down in favour of the view that it would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area, and therefore, on that ground, I couldn't support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just clarify in what way you consider it to be detrimental?
Because it's a residential area, it's always been a residential area, and because of the change of use, it's changing the character from a residential area into a residential and business area. So I think on that basis, it is changing the character.
Thank you for that. I'm just going to continue through my list because I've got Councillor Harrison next and Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a couple of points. If Emma can just clarify something for me, because I may have got this wrong, but I'm looking at guidance here, and it says when an application is made for change of use from residential to business or whatever, the planning authority must reassess the implications of the new use, including traffic generation, parking requirements, access arrangements and highway safety. This can override previous assumptions or agreements made under the former use, especially if those assumed no additional traffic. So, where do we start? Is that something we can use? Because, in my opinion, there will undoubtedly be extra traffic here, and that's where I'm getting confused with all this. And I've got a follow-up to that.
You're absolutely right. We have to assess each application on its merits and assess it against, and what you've read is absolutely correct. However, in making and reaching that conclusion, we have to consider the existing situation, because that is material to the decision. So you could have, not this situation necessarily, but you could have a situation where there is perhaps a dangerous situation, and that is happening at the moment in terms of how people manoeuvre in and off a particular property. If there's no additional vehicular movements and there's nothing changing, then the new use is no worse than the old use. So how we can't sustain that as...
What that guidance said is we should forget the previous and reassess it on the new one. Is that not correct?
So you have to assess the new use against the local plan policies, and then you have to weigh into that balance the existing use. If the existing use is providing you with a certain number of trip generations, so vehicular movements, a certain configuration, a certain amount of parking, etc., and a certain impact, we have to be able to say to the inspector, the additional impact is this. I've had regard to the existing use, the proposed use is no different, or the proposed use is different and is going to be more harmful to the character of the area. Otherwise, the inspector's going to look at it, and there is the real risk the inspector look at it and go, there's no actual difference between the two, so it's not a material change of use.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bird, and then I've got Councillor Crawford again, and I think I'll draw the debate to a close.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, I am sort of rather torn on this, because the property in itself seems fine, and any children will be happy to live there. The location is slightly questionable. It looks very much like a goldfish bowl scenario where all and sundry can look into the property from the back, which slightly concerns me, but that's not a planning issue. That's for the people buying a house. What does concern me, I think, are the different concerns that the people that live there have. They are the residents, it's their neighbourhood that's potentially going to be affected. The different things that were raised were the possibility of lighting impact. That won't just be street lighting, it could well be car headlights at various times. There's also the traffic movement, which we've obviously spent a lot of time on. The nature of the staff changeover does suggest there will be additional traffic movement. And it was also raised the fear of crime, but I don't think we're sort of inclined to go there at this point. And there's quite significantly the safety of residents using that drive. There is no footpath. There are people coming in and out of their drives, walking and cycling, potentially children, older people. And it's the combination of the tightness of that corner of the residential close and the lack of any safe designated walking. It is a shared use space, and the potentially extra vehicle movements reversing as well as forwards and backwards, and possibly additional parking it just concerns me that have all those factors been satisfactorily addressed, and can they be satisfactorily addressed in the management plan in order that the residents who currently live there can feel safe and go about their business without having any negative impact from this. I don't have any issue with children living in the community and in this kind of, but I just feel that that's such a tight corner that the residents clearly feel that there is going to be an impact. And looking at the situation, you could see why that might be the case. And it's just really whether the management plan can satisfactorily address all those different issues and possibly other issues. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what we'll do, because you've raised a number of points there, before I go to Councillor Crawford, can our officers just respond to those?
In terms of the officers' perspective, you've got the officer's recommendation that's set out in front of you. The case officer is perfectly content. We're content that those issues can be managed. But I'll put it quite bluntly, if the committee is not, then you know what you need to do, and you need to be able to justify that, and you need to be able to demonstrate, should we go to an appeal scenario, that there is sufficient harm arising from that. We're satisfied. You now need to be satisfied or not. It's your decision, but we believe that those matters can be addressed by those conditions.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question regarding a point was made, and it's in the papers as well, that actually unusually, because normally with applications we've had in the past, there are 2 shift changes, and one in the early morning and one late at night, which certainly in my view is very antisocial. In this application, unusually, we're actually having a proposal with overnight stays. There's only 1 shift change at 10:30. Is that something that can actually be conditioned to make sure that that does occur? Or in the management plan?
There is mention of staff movements within the wording of the condition of the management plan, and the applicant has advised that the rationale behind the shift change being at 10 to 10:30 was to avoid conflict with other potential vehicle movements from the neighbouring properties, be it normal movements to work, school, etc. It was pushed back to give that little bit of breathing space.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Again, if I move in and I have 5 cars parked there, there's 2 in the garage, and I want to get my car out, it's no different if they were staff. There is absolutely no difference in the vehicle movement. I sometimes come in and out of my drive 4 or 5 times a day. The neighbours might be coming out the same. There is no difference. Everybody's got to reverse back. If a family moves in, they've got 5 cars, all those 5 cars have got to reverse back, and it will be same for the people that are employed. There is no difference in my mind that this is any different to any family moving in. Probably it will be better because you will probably have less vehicles. I'm sorry, but I think we really need to go to the vote because we're going around in circles.
I think we need to go to the vote as well, because I think basically what we've fallen. With regards to the privacy point, just to touch on that, the soft landscaping was to look at that point specifically. I don't know if we actually sorted out the lighting question specifically. That we've said there's no lighting there, though. Could that be in the plan again or conditioned? We put a condition just to make sure that is the case.
The proposal doesn't include any lighting, so
no, but there's a risk of that given what we would advise.
If we want,
we could put it in.
If we want to include any additional,
because that would
lighting,
impact on the residents, other residents. I think we can justify it. Oh, yeah.
We could add a condition, but we'd need the agreement of the proposer and the seconder that requires no lighting unless previously agreed with us, essentially.
So we're now moving to a vote. Thank you all for your involvement in this debate. We're moving to vote for the approval of this application subject to a management plan, an additional condition regarding strategic landscaping to provide privacy, support privacy, and a lighting condition to protect the amenity of the neighbouring residents. Can all those in favour please raise your hand?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All those against?
1, 2, 3, 4.
4, and any abstentions? 1 abstention. So that has been carried. That application has been approved. Thank you. In view of the time, I'm just going to give people a 5-minute break. Thank you. Application reference S242110. Just for noting, Councillor Milnes is in the room and therefore will be able to take part in this application. This is for the erection of 11 dwellings with associated access parking and landscaping at Wellington Way, Market Deeping. And I will now hand over to our officer, Debbie. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. So the application before you, S242110, relates to full planning for the erection of 11 there we go. So it's for the erection of 11 dwellings with associated access, parking and landscaping to open green space within the existing residential development off Wellington Way. That's north of the town centre of Market Deeping. The application has been referred to the committee as South Kesteven District Council is a landowner and applicant. The key issues in relation to the application are, of course, the principle of development, the open space, design quality and visual impact, impact on neighbouring residential amenities, and highways impact. To give some context to the site and its surrounding, the site location plan, as seen here outlined in red, details the L-shaped parcel of land to which the application relates. The site is located between Northfield Industrial Estate, existing residential properties on Wellington Way, and the Scout and Guide headquarters just south-east of the site. The proposed development scheme would provide 11 number affordable dwellings, including 1 and 2 bed flats and 2 bed houses. The mix would include semi-detached houses as well as mid-terrace and a 3 number apartment blocks. This would comprise 5 number 2 bed houses, 4 2 bed flats and 2 1 bed flats. The proposed houses would be 2-storey in scale. The 2 apartment blocks would also be 2-storey. These would provide 4 flats, whilst the 1-bed apartment block would provide 2 flats. Each dwelling would have private amenity space with rear access and bin storage. The site layout, as seen here, details the site as proposed in terms of the 5 dwellings will be positioned south of the site, the 3 apartment blocks to the north of the site. You'll see the provision for the parking associated with the development and the provision of the footway which comes through from the commercial Peacock estate through into the site. You'll notice that the Scout and Guide headquarters there to the south, or to southeast of the site. The existing block of flats there to the west and north of the site, and to the rear of those flats is another existing block of flats, and the retained open green space. Again, here's just an aerial view of the context of the site and how that integrates into the existing built form. You can see the gardens provided there, along with the access and parking. And again, photographs shown here details the site. The first one looking towards the commercial units, north to the back of the site, sorry, actually east to the site, and that's where the footpath existing that is used quite regularly by local residents, that we were asked to retain as part of the discussions and the public consultation undertaken as part of this development. There are views also there shown and detail the the green open space. And the bottom right-hand side, you'll just see in the right-hand side corner there the Scout and Guide HQ. So again, the development took into consideration some of their comments in terms of we reduced the number of dwellings and hence the proposed 11, and how that's been provided in the context of the site, taking those considerations as part of that consultation exercise. So the principles of development, the site is considered infill development under SP3 of the adopted local plan where such development will be supported. The site is also allocated as open green space, as already mentioned, under policy OS1 of the adopted local plan, which provides a permissive approach that seeks to retain and enhance existing areas unless the applicant can demonstrate compliance with a number of criteria. And you can see there an excerpt from the policy in terms of the proposal will provide increased or improved open space and recreational facilities. The site is not required to meet local standard or set above or equivalent or better replacement provision is made within a locality, and the site does not support important or protected habitats or species. In terms of the open space, it was the development application was accompanied by an open space assessment which has confirmed the site is rated as poor quality and low value. Whilst it is acknowledged there is a loss of open space, this is a relatively small part of the wider open area within the residential estate that will remain. And the remaining open green space will be enhanced, providing native planting to increase that biodiversity, ecological value and the improved connectivity. So it's the assessment of the officer that the application would meet the requirements of the said policy. Notwithstanding this, of course, as detailed above, South Kesteven District Council are presently unable to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, and therefore the policy most important for determining the application are deemed to be out of date, and the tilted balance set out in paragraph 11 of the National Planning Policy Framework is engaged. This requires planning permission to be granted unless any adverse impacts of doing so would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits when assessed against the policies in the framework when taken as a whole, or where specific policies in the framework indicate that development should be restricted. In terms of residential amenities, the scheme is considered to accord with the design guidelines as set in terms of the relationship of those existing properties. This is subject to conditions requiring the submission of a CMEP, which is a Construction Environmental Management Plan. A noise assessment as submitted recommends acoustic fencing along the adjacent boundaries, and environmental protection have no objections subject to the completion of a noise mitigation scheme. That's with the adjacent commercial properties, of course. The design quality of the scheme is also considered to perform well against the Building for Life, Healthy Life, and it is the assessment of the officer that this scheme would integrate well with the character and appearance of the existing estate. In terms of infrastructure, the approved scheme would be subject, of course, to a Section 106 contribution towards healthcare. The public benefits of the scheme is the provision of 11 affordable dwellings, which would make a significant contribution towards the identified housing needs of the district and considered significant public benefit and should be attributed significant weight. In addition, the remaining open space will be retained and enhanced, providing biodiversity and improved connectivity, and should be afforded moderate weight. In terms of harm, it is considered that minor loss of the overall quantum of open space is therefore given minor weight. So in conclusion and evaluation of the key points then, the application is in accordance with the adopted development plan where taken as a whole, and the material considerations including the tilted balance indicate that planning permission should be granted. The recommendation, therefore, is to authorise the Assistant Director of Planning and Growth to grant planning permission, subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement securing the necessary financial contributions set out within the heads of term and subject to the proposed conditions detailed in the main report. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. As a reminder, you'll have an opportunity if you need to ask questions later of our officer. If we can please have our speaker come forward, Stephen Hepworth, who is the agent. Thank you. And just a reminder, this application is a South Kesteven District Council application, but we will consider this independently. Thank you. If you would like to let us know when you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes to speak with a 30-second warning and hold fort for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon all. The application site is located in a well-established residential community and comprises an area of open grassland of low ecological value. The site has history of blighted by antisocial behaviour, and while sometimes used by the neighbouring scout hut, there are other adjacent areas of grassland that are also utilised for their outside activities. The site also provides the pedestrian route through to the industrial estate and amenities to the north east of the site. The proposed development looks to introduce 11 new build affordable dwellings, along with associated landscaping, parking and cycle storage. The character and nature of the proposal seeks to provide a high quality environment which promotes social interaction and attractive form in line with the Council's local plan and national policy guidance. The proposed scheme has been heavily influenced through public consultation, which was well attended by the residents of the neighbouring properties and members of the local scout group. Initial layout designs also incorporated an area of open space to the south, exploring options for a further 3 bungalows. However, due to concerns raised regarding the loss of public open space, the car parking for the local scout and guide groups, the plot of land to the south was omitted from the proposals.
considerably reducing the development. Planning advice was sought throughout the design process, and amendments were made to increase the connectivity of the site by incorporating paths through to the industrial estate to the remaining open space to the north of the site. The properties have been designed with immediate context in mind regarding materiality and appearance to maintain the character of the area. High-quality projecting brick detailing and recessed brick panels provide symmetry to the fenestration and add interest to the facades, creating a modern, desirable character to the dwellings whilst promoting continuity to the scheme. The scheme has been carefully designed to sit comfortably in its surroundings and retains the building height and linear masses of neighbouring buildings. The application is supported by an open space assessment, and the proposed landscape strategy has been designed to introduce tree planting, mixed native and single species hedgerows, and herbaceous and meadow planting to provide aesthetic interest and increased biodiversity. In conclusion, the proposed scheme has been considered with reference to national and local planning policy guidance and legislation. The development has been designed to reflect the existing scale, form and materiality of neighbouring properties to provide a high-quality residential scheme which will deliver a supply of much-needed affordable dwellings to the area for those on the Council's housing register. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Trotter, then Councillor Whittington.
Hello, thank you for that. I know you mentioned that you'd proposed for some bungalows to be built and you weren't allowed, you couldn't get the site. Have you considered putting any bungalows on the site you've actually got in front, you've described to us? Is there a reason why you wouldn't be able to put bungalows on that site? Because as you know, we're always short of bungalows, and we've got, obviously disabled and more mature residents, in SKDC. Thank you.
Yeah, so we have to look at what's in front of us rather than what we might like. Thank you. Councillor Whittington.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question, just to clarify, because in the report it refers to these houses being affordable, and then it also refers to meeting the needs of the South Kesteven, of people on the South Kesteven housing list. Are these going to be affordable houses that are going to be sold, or are they going to end up as social housing for SKDC? Because I just trying to understand exactly if they're for sale or if they're to become part of the SK housing stock. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just going to refer that question to Officer Adam Murray.
Yeah, so just to respond on that, Councillor Whittington, it is housing designed for people on our housing register, so your stereotypical council housing in effect, so would be available for rent essentially, potentially with a right to buy, but in the first instance it's affordable rent for people on our existing housing register.
Thank you. Does anybody else have a... Councillor Harrison?
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but I can't find it. You did just mention about tree planting and stuff like that, and there was a mention in here from a resident about screening from the buildings opposite. So will that tree planting be used to provide some screenage for that? Is that what it's for?
As far as I'm aware, yes it is. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Vishnasi?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you, I can't see anywhere here where you are mitigating against climate change. Like, for example, the 11 houses could be very well suited for putting solar panel on that to help with the energy cost. Did you consider that?
I'm not aware that was a consideration.
Sorry, if I can just again refer to Officer Adam Murray.
Yeah, so if you look at condition 8 on your schedule of conditions, Councillor Bisnarsing, the details will be secured via that condition.
Thank you. Does anybody else, anyone else have a question? No? That's fine then. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you all.
And we'll now move then to debate or any questions for the officer or proposal. Does anybody... Councillor Harrison.
I really like this. There's still a lot of open space there. but reading through some of the comments, I just wonder, is there any chance or any way we could get a little bit of 106 money to maybe enhance the open space that's left, to put some play area stuff in? Is that a possibility?
I'll just refer to Adam again. Thank you.
Yeah, so so the key thing in terms of Section 106 has got to be what's necessary to make the development acceptable. I'm sure we have colleagues at the back of the chamber this afternoon who are hearing what committee are saying in terms of looking for potentially improving play space. I'm sure they can take away and have that as a separate conversation, but as I say, it's not necessary in terms of the planning application.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows. You were, and then Councillor.
I'm going to cut to the chase. I love it. I would like to propose that we accept the recommendation, Chair.
Do we have a second? Councillor Crawford's hands up.
I totally agree with Councillor Fellows. I'm quite happy to second this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more debate? Well, Councillor Whittington, you had your hand up there.
Yeah, I was actually going to propose that we accept it, so I'm happy it's been proposed. And secondly, I think it's a great scheme. I think we need more affordable social housing in the area. It looks like it's a great scheme, so I'll be happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I'd just like to thank Councillor Milne and Councillor Smith did visit the site, and I think we were reassured to see there is still a decent amount of green space left. And also, it's really encouraging. I have to say, we arrived at the same time as Food Bank and the Bread and Butter scheme, so that hall next door is actually used quite heavily. But it was good to see that we've listened to what the public want as well in the area, and we've catered for that. So, can I just ask, in that case, if we can go to a vote? All those in favour of this application as proposed, please raise your hands. Thank you. That was unanimous. Thank you very much. In view of the time, I think that it's, and in view of the fact we have members of the public here, I'm going to propose that we actually continue to the next application, and then if anyone needs it, we'll have a break after that. Thank you. So the next application is reference S242198, which is an outline application for up to 268 residential dwellings, up to 80 care bed home, a care bed home, a local centre, public open space. And if I can hand over now to Adam Murray, and the site is at Exeter Fields in Stamford. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you say, it's an outline application, and just to make sure committee are aware, it is an application that's got access for approval only. All other matters are reserved, and the application has been referred to committee as a major application requiring a legal agreement to secure financial contributions. So the site itself is 10 hectares of land located to the south of Empingham Road. It's a single field of arable agricultural land bound to the east by existing residential development and to the west by the A1. So just in terms of context, this is the site here on the left-hand side, so you can see the A1, and then they say Empingham Road, that then takes you into the town centre of Stamford. The site itself is previously formed part of an application for a sustainable urban extension to the west of Stamford, which included residential development, a business park and local centre. The residential development has been completed by Taylor Wimpey, and the site was intended to form a business park of that former application, and therefore was allocated as a strategic employment site within the current local plan. In terms of the scheme in front of you today, as we say, it's an outline application for up to 268 residential dwellings, up to 80-bed care home, a local centre, public open space with associated access, landscaping, drainage and infrastructure. The application has been accompanied by a parameter plan, which covers the broad principles of the development of the scheme. That shows that the local centre, which is highlighted in blue on the plan, would be positioned at the northern end of the site, fronting onto Empingham Road. and would form a hub around the Malcolm Sargent Primary School, which is located on the opposite side of Empingham Road here. The local centre would include the proposed care home as well as a mixture of Class E uses, including a potential health centre. The local centre itself would be up to 3 stories in height. The residential development immediately to the south of that would also be up to 3 stories in height, and that most southern parcel, shaded in a colour of brown here, would be up to 2 stories in height. The application has also been accompanied by an illustrative master plan which shows how the site could be delivered to provide the proposed scheme, to show an area of public, a central area of open space, again another area of open space providing part of a hub opposite Malcolm Sargent Primary School, and then your various parcels of residential development. That is indicative only and is not being considered as part of the current application. As I say, access is for approval though as part of the application, and this application has been accompanied by a detailed access design. That shows that the primary point of access would be taken from Empingham Road through the creation of a signalised junction at the crossroads with Arran Road. A secondary point of pedestrian and cycle access would be positioned in the north-eastern corner of the site opposite Malcolm Sargent Primary School, and that would be a signalised crossing point. Turning to the evaluation of the scheme then, the key issues to consider as part of the current application are the principle of development, the access and highways impact, and the provision of adequate infrastructure to support the development. In terms of the principle of development, as I say, the site is currently allocated within the adopted local plan for employment uses, and that policy is policy E2, which encourages B1, B2 and or B8 uses. So they're your general industrial uses, or storage and distribution uses, or light industrial uses. However, policy E6 of the local plan is a permissive policy that ultimately seeks to retain and enhance existing areas of employment, including allocated employment sites, unless an applicant can demonstrate compliance with one of a number of criteria. And the policy extract is shown in front of you there. Of particular note for this application is criteria A, which is that the site is vacant and no longer appropriate or viable as an employment site, which may need to be demonstrated through robust marketing of the land. And criteria B, which is that redevelopment of the site would maintain the scale of employment opportunities that could be provided and would deliver wider benefits. In the case of the current application, the site has been extensively marketed for employment uses between 2015 and 2020, and again between 2020 and 2023. Expressions of interest received during that period were not for the site as a whole, and were not for employment uses that are dictated by policy E2, so such as those storage and distribution uses, office uses, or general industrial uses. Only 2 bids have been received during that time period. One of those bids was for a wholly residential development, and one other bid was for a mixed-use scheme, which is comparable to the application in front of you today. The application has also been accompanied by a detailed market analysis report, which looked at the demand for employment-generating uses on the site and within Stamford, and that shows that there is a particular demand for local centre uses, such as those provided by the current application, and that the market simply is not there and is not viable for your traditional employment uses, such as office or general industrial uses. What members also have to take into account is the evidence that is being prepared as part of the ongoing local plan review. The key document that we have at this stage is the employment land study, and that document encourages the deallocation of the site as a strategic employment site, because the conclusions of that report is that the site is not suitable for employment development. So in that case, the scheme is compliant with criteria A. Now, it's worth bearing in mind that, as we say, the scheme does include a local centre, which would include retail uses, the care home and a potential health facility. So that does generate a level of employment. One thing to bear in mind with that is you could hypothetically have a scenario where the scheme comes forward for employment uses that are covered by the strategic employment allocation. That may well be a storage or distribution use, it could be a data centre use, something that is very automated or very technologically driven, which would then have lower levels of actual in-person staff on the site. By comparison, what you have here is a local centre, a health centre, which are very much service level uses, require actual employees, would generate therefore a level of full-time employment. So in terms of that criteria B, whilst you're not having your traditional employment development given on this site, you're still getting employment generating uses. The level of full-time employees generated would be equivalent, may even exceed what some of those traditional employment uses may actually provide within Stamford. So as I say, in terms of looking at it from a development plan point of view, it does comply with policy E6. But as you've heard from the previous application as well, the key thing also to bear in mind as a material consideration is the council cannot currently demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. It currently stands at 4.07 years, and therefore the tilted balance is engaged, which means we should be looking to grant planning permission unless the adverse impact would clearly and demonstrably would outweigh the benefits. Looking then in terms of the access and the details for approval, as I say, this is the access design showing a primary point of access from Empingham Road and secondary pedestrian and cycle access opposite Malcolm Sargent Primary School. The impacts of the scheme have been assessed using the New Stamford transport model and have been based on actual traffic counts from the adjacent Taylor Wimpey residential development. That modelling accounts for if the site was developed as an employment development, because what the model currently accounts for and is built into the model is the potential for that scheme to be built out as an employment scheme as a whole. So it includes the likely calculations for HDV movements, staff movements associated with that. What the modelling shows is that the scheme as proposed in front of you today would result in betterment compared to the potential highways impacts that have been assumed and accounted for within the current highways modelling. And again, in terms of the modelling of the adjacent residential development, that is a scheme that doesn't include a local centre or any of those on-site benefits which may then reduce the likely movements of residential occupiers. So the likely output would be that the actual traffic movements generated by a scheme of this would be even lower than those that have been predicted, so it's very much predicted on a worst case scenario for this development. Important to note that both National Highways and Lincolnshire County Council as the local highways authority have reviewed the modelling undertaken and have confirmed that they have no objections subject to conditions. In terms of the Section 106 contributions, an update has been provided within the additional items paper. So there are high-risk contributions being secured for travel plan monitoring, and you've got conditions there in terms of securing the implementation of those access improvements, including that junction and crossing point improvements. And Section 106 itself secures the open space provision on site and secures a financial contribution to improving existing sports facilities within Stamford. So committee will remember that we've had residents speak previously about how facilities such as Stamford Tennis Club or the Rugby Club may require improvements. There is a fund being secured here through the Section 106 agreement which would allow those clubs to bid for that money to provide improvements. 30% of the traditional residential dwellings would be affordable housing, and the details of the distribution, the nominations, arrangements and the tenure would be secured through details of the Section 106 agreement. Biodiversity net gain, that's been secured through the Section 106 agreement, and that also includes contributions towards monitoring and management of that area. Education contributions towards improving secondary and sixth form education, which would be, the actual figure would be calculated at reserved matter stage when the number of dwellings and their sizes are confirmed. And then in terms of healthcare, the key thing to note through your late items paper is that the applicant has agreed for land within the local centre to be safeguarded for a health centre for a period of 3 years. As members are aware, the NHS are currently exploring options for a new facility within Stamford. An option has been provided at Stamford North. The applicant here is also allowing for the same size facility to potentially be provided as part of this site, 3 years to safeguard that land, with the potential then for the NHS to make their decision within that time frame which land they want. If, for example, they go with the Stamford North site, a full financial contribution would be payable by this applicant. Alternatively, if the health centre is provided on this land, it would be land plus a reduced financial contribution equivalent to the land value. So as I say, in terms of the overall plan and balance, first thing to bear in mind is that we are in a tilted balance situation. There are significant public benefits associated with this. That includes the provision of 268 residential dwellings, also an 80-bed care home and 30% affordable housing, where there is an identified need for such specialist housing. You also have the benefit of the services and employment provision provided as part of the local centre, so you do still have those employment generating opportunities on site. You've also got significant benefits in terms of open space provision and contributions to outdoor space sports provision, and a biodiversity net gain. Balanced against that would be the visual impact from a current undeveloped land to a residential-led mixed-use development site. But in terms of the weight to be attributed to that, what members need to bear in mind is that development of this site has effectively been established through the site's allocation. So you could have an large sheds, employment-generating development, which has been accepted by the allocation, which could likely have a much more significant visual impact. So in terms of drawing that balance together, it's the officer assessment that the benefits would outweigh the identified harms, and that the scheme accords with the adopted development plan as a whole, and the material considerations included in that tilted balance weigh in favour of granting planning permission. So the recommendation to committee today is to authorise the Assistant Director of Planning and Growth to grant planning permission subject to the completion of the Section 106 agreement and subject to the proposed conditions detailed within the main report, with delegated authority to the Assistant Director of Planning to allow for modifications to those conditions to reflect the potential phasing of the development, which is discussed within your additional items report. And I'll hand back to you there, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I think you might need a drink after that. Thank you, Adam. It's much appreciated. If we can now move forward then to our speakers, and my understanding is our first speaker is actually Councillor Richard Cleaver, who is a district councillor for the area and cabinet member, SKDC.
Thank you, Chairman. As I am an elected member of SKDC, I'd like to beg your indulgence before I start my 3 minutes, just to make a declaration on grounds of openness and accountability that I have no pecuniary or other interest in this site. Thank you. I'll now commence my 3 minutes. Thank you. So our current local plan, SKDC local plan, has a whole area of this site as a strategic employment site of 9.8 hectares. There is only one other employment allocation in Stamford at the moment, that's 3.8 hectares on the east side of Stamford. Put those together, that's the same as Bourne has allocated in the current plan, and much less than the Deepings has, both of which, of course, are towns with much smaller populations. And indeed, the 3.8 hectare site has already been reduced in site by a housing development. The proposed local plan revision, which was approved by SKDC's cabinet early this month to go out to public consultation next month, proposes that this site allocation is amended to be just 5.3 hectares of employment use on this site and 101 houses in response to the government's increased housing target. Our officers have put this new proposal forward in the knowledge that it is consistent with us meeting our new housing target and 5-year supply in our revised plan, and in recognition of the imperative to retain employment use for Stamford on this site. So I don't think we should be panicked into totally giving up this site, all of it, for housing because of the 5-year supply argument. The population of Stamford is due to grow to around 30,000 over the lifetime of the plan, due to the 2,000 homes already approved on Stamford North, plus a further 500 already approved on the east side of the town. To allow such housing growth while simultaneously removing any scope for new employment sites can only be detrimental to the future health of the local economy. A town of 30,000 people, which now has lost all its manufacturing jobs, needs the opportunity to grow and diversify its economy. Stamfordians do not want their town to only have job opportunities in tourism, hospitality and care homes. But the argument that most strongly compels you to reject this application, in my opinion, is that this site is completely irreplaceable. It is the last strategic employment site within the town's boundaries. We cannot develop new sites to the north, west or south because we already allocated or built on all suitable sites up to the district boundary. An expansion of the built-up areas to the east is constrained by the floodplain of the River Gouache.
30 seconds.
If you allow this application, you are depriving my town of any new employment opportunities within its boundaries forever. Forever. Permanently. It has to be the legacy. Is that to be the legacy our council wishes to impose on its second largest town? I hope not. Please reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Councillor Cleaver? Councillor Bishnell Singh.
Thank you, Councillor Cleaver, for your presentations. Very clear. But can I ask you a question? Or I've got two questions, in fact, for you. Is it not the case that this allocated employment land site is not required because of lack of interest?
I don't believe that to be the case. If it were the case, he wouldn't have allocated it in the first place. And frankly, to claim that a site that's so close to the A1, right on the edge of an A1 junction, is unsuitable for employment use is frankly laughable.
You may, yes.
Also, Councillor Cleaver, are you happy that all the residents of this development and those in the west side of the town of Stamford will have to travel? That means, are you happy with have to travel to the east side for the weekly shop, and even for the daily needs, because most of the shops and the services are on the east side of the town or in the town centre, because that will increase the amount of traffic.
Thank you for that question, which is, of course, very valid. The site was supposed to have a local centre built on it when the earlier part of the site was already constructed. And it didn't take place, much to the anger of the local residents, as I'm sure you're aware as a local member. The proposal for the new local plan, the first revised local plan, actually has a condition in it for this site that a local centre must be built, which I'm very pleased to see. So the argument about there will be employment use because there will be a local centre is actually irrelevant, because there will be a local centre whether we stick with our local plan proposal or whether you accept the proposal in front of you today. There will be that employment use anyway in retail, however large it is. And it is, of course, essential that that local plan that local centre is built. The question is whether we're going to have a local centre plus 5.3 hectares of additional employment use and 101 houses, or whether we're just going to have a local centre and 268 houses. That's the choice that I think the committee has today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington.
Thank you. Councillor Cleaver. I'm just going to talk a little bit to you about the unique geographical nature of Stamford, because obviously it's in that little bit of Lincolnshire that's to the north, west and south. In effect, you've got Rutland, haven't you, and Northamptonshire. So you're kind of, and I'm guessing what you're saying is that because you've only really got access to the rest of Lincolnshire from the east of the town, that's probably constricting available employment land within SK around Stamford. Is that correct?
Effectively, yes. I mean, the Stamford North 2,000 houses takes us actually over the Rutland border, the register right up to the Rutland border. The A1 is actually in Rutland at that point. Right. So, and obviously that's a natural barrier for development across of the built-up area. Yeah. You can't really put a built-up area across the A1. Yeah. And to the south, we actually have Peterborough, and again, we have the floodplain of the River Welland. So, you know, we are very constrained. What we do with the remaining land we have is absolutely critical, because once it's done forever. Yeah. Thank you. So we have to be very careful what we do.
I think that's a really important point, actually. and I'm pleased you've been able to confirm that. So for me, yeah, and I'm really surprised actually that the point you made, such a site so close to a junction on the A1, that would be a perfect, and I'm thinking of logistics for
Sorry, Councillor Whittington, that's not a question. It sounds like you're going into some
Not,
commentary. If you can hold that thought until we get to the debate, unless you've got an actual question.
Okay, fine.
You're welcome to raise that point later. Sorry, Councillor Milne, I believe you had your hand.
Yes, thank you. Just bearing in mind we're told 10 years or so of trying to market this land for employment use has been unsuccessful. I just wondered what type of employment you would envisage or what you think you would need there. And do you have any gleanings as to why it has not come forward? And what level of employment would come from it from your envisaged employment requirements or need that you think should go there?
Thank you for your question. I'm not an employment economist. All I can do as a local member is make sure that the opportunity exists for either the public or private sector to make use of this land for employment use as defined within planning regulations. But obviously, again, comparing to the other towns in the district and taking on board the size of the town, it seems to be quite perverse to be actually reducing the amount of land allocated for employment use.
Thank you. I understand Councillor Milne wants to come back.
Yes, please. Bearing in mind you could just get a huge warehouse there or a data centre that employs very few people, would you envisage that as a suitable use on employment land? Because that's what it would be under our policy.
That would be for this committee to decide when such an application was made to them.
And I don't know if you answered, sorry if I missed it, why you think that for 10 years or so no interest has been shown?
I believe that interest has been shown, and a judgment was made by the landowners that that wasn't the sort of interest that they were interested in.
Thank you. That might be a question for the applicant when we get there. Thank you very much. Does anybody else have any questions? No? Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have two written statements from members. So Councillor Susan Sandor has sent a written statement which will be read out by Joshua Mann.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The statement reads, Stamford has potential development for over 2,000 houses in the very near future. Where will they all work? I feel that it is very important that we allow as much as possible development for small business units and offices in and around the town. This would cut down on travel pollution and encourage people to come and live in Stamford. I therefore agree that the original plans that were approved are not changed.
Thank you very much. We also have a statement from Councillor Rhea Rayside, District Councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. The statement reads, I submit this statement in my role as Stamford Town and District Councillor to strongly object to the proposed Exeterfield development in its current form. The scale and nature of this project are inappropriate for the local area and would cause unacceptable harm to the countryside's character, existing infrastructure and local biodiversity. It falls short of the principles of sustainable development and does not align with the long-term interests of our community. This site has always been intended to support Stamford's economic future. Whilst I fully recognise the pressing need for housing and our obligation to meet those requirements, this site should reflect its original purpose and include provision for employment land. Stamford needs employment opportunities just as much as it needs housing. During my time as Cabinet Member, I opposed the current proposal and suggested a balanced approach, 50% housing and 50% employment land, which would meet both objectives effectively. I continue to stand by that position. I urge the committee to explore a more balanced alternative that honours our responsibilities as a council and serves the best interests of Stamford and its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I understand we have a speaker from Stamford Parish Council, Councillor Barry Devereux. You will have 3 minutes and you'll be given a 30-second warning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here on behalf of Stamford Town Council and Stamford Town Council Planning Committee to formally object to this application. Let me be clear, this proposal undermines Stamford's long-term sustainability by eroding the only remaining strategic employment land in our town. Under both national planning guidance and South Kesteven's adopted local plan and Stamford's neighbourhood plan, this site is clearly designated for employment use. It is the only site in Stamford with direct access to the A1, a key asset for economic development. The plans in place aim to protect this site to reduce outbound commuting and balance housing growth with job creation. Reallocating it purely for housing would severely weaken this vision and leave Stamford framed as a commuter and retirement community. Although the draft local plan approved last week by Cabinet for the Regulation 18 consultation proposes changing the site's use to a mix of residential and employment, that recommendation is based on flawed analysis from consultants who failed to fully assess Stamford's lack of employment land or the town's transport constraints. The same review proposes increasing employment land in smaller towns like Bourne and the Deepings while cutting Stamford's provision by over 50% to under 4 hectares. It makes no sense. At present, Stamford has a chronic shortage of available commercial space. No new employment premises have been built in over a decade, despite strong demand highlighted by local estate agents. By contrast, other towns that have protected their employment land have seen meaningful economic investment and job growth. This application is also unnecessary in housing terms. Over 2,700 new homes are already approved or have been built in Stamford. Adding more housing without creating employment only worsens outward commuting and threatens the viability of the town. We also question the credibility of the site's marketing as employment land. We understand offers have been made for employment uses on part of the site, but the landowners clearly prioritise much more valuable housing sales over delivering the promised employment and local centre elements, and the site has not been promoted with genuine intent for employment development. If this application is somehow approved, we urge strong conditions. At least 5,000 square metres of employment space in the local centre must be delivered before the majority of homes are occupied, and key highway and environmental safeguards must be in place. This site was always meant to support Stamford's economic future. The current local plan, which carries full weight, designates it for employment, and it is that decision that should stand, confirming, as it does, SKDC's duty to control the use of land in the public interest.
30 seconds. They're all perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have any questions at all? Councillor Bishnasi.
Thank you, Councillor Devereux. Do you think, as Chairman of the Stamford Town Council, do you think Stamford has sufficient infrastructure to support a further 268 dwellings in the northwest of Stamford?
Thank you, Councillor Bishnasi. The simple answer to that is no. There has been an objection raised to this development from Rutland County Council because they were presuming that this site was going to be used for employment, which is why they didn't designate any employment use for the Quarry Farm development just over the county border for 650 houses. If employment is removed from this, then we've got no infrastructure to support the town for the future.
Thank you for that. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. You mentioned that, to your knowledge, applications or inquiries have been made towards the site for employment use, and that it's your belief, or do you have evidence that the landowners are sitting on the land waiting so that it can be residential? Is that just what you think, or is there evidence of that?
Thank you. It is our belief. Obviously, we can ask...
Sorry, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt there because there is speculation regarding the landowner. And yeah, I do appreciate you did raise it. It's just we need to be very careful about it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any more questions? I've got one for you. I noticed that the application will involve the provision of a proper pedestrian crossing towards the school, which is something they've been after. Could you see that as being a beneficial part of this development? And you mentioned, I'll stick to into the one. You also mentioned about your concern regarding, if it goes ahead, that there are, shall we say, triggers that require the centre to be built before the housing. Can you just explain a bit more about the need for that? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The pedestrian crossing from across Emplingham Road is 100% required. My daughter goes to school at Malcolm Sargent, so it's a subject that's very close to my heart. People who drop their kids off at school park in the current development built by Taylor Wimpey, and it's although there is a lady who helps them cross, obviously with her lollipop, it is chaos in the morning, so controlled pedestrian crossings would be very much welcomed. And with regards to provision of infrastructure at certain points, as Councillor Cleaver said in his speech, there was a promise for a local centre when the original development was built by Taylor Wimpey, which didn't come to fruition, so it would be very much welcomed by the local residents for that site and the surrounding areas.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Councillor Whittington.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just one question, Councillor Devereux, please, if I may. So, just to clarify, the view of Stamford Town Council is that your view is that none of this site should be residential. So you would be as opposed to the mixed, the proposed mixed approach as you would to a purely entirely residential development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittington. Our primary objection is to the development as a whole. However, if we were forced to settle for second best, a kind of a mixed-use site of both employment and residential would be some mitigation to where we are at the moment.
Thank you. Does anybody else? No? That's lovely. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you. And I now have a member of public wishing to speak. Mr. Carl Kilgrain. Thank you. If you'd just like to let us know when you're ready, and we'll start 3 minutes and 30-second warning.
Okay. Stamford does need more housing to support a thriving community and a vibrant town centre. On first viewing, the addition of 268 residential dwellings does not seem excessive. However, this proposal must be seen in the context of the unprecedented growth in housing already planned, documented and agreed in the local plan. The 2021 census put Stamford's population at 20,750. To date, we have 2,000 more houses planned for Stamford North, which includes the 650 homes on Quarry Farm. Although the latter is part of RCC, its residents require local services as well as add to traffic flows. In the absence of any current census data, the NHS Lincolnshire planning document states that the current registration at Stamford surgeries is 27,700. The NHS estimate that the proposed developments in Stamford will equate to 2,650 new homes and a population increase of 6,350. This population projection of 34,000 will be a 62% increase on the 2021 census. This increase will put a tremendous strain on an already struggling and sometimes failing local health service, as well as other forms of supportive infrastructure, such as schools, water provision and drainage. not to mention the 5,500 to 6,500 vehicles it will add to our already congested roads, which struggle to deal with the peak load problem. We have an agreed local plan with a spatial strategy, which sets out a balance of housing, supportive local employment opportunities, and the requisite social and transport infrastructure. The piecemeal erosion of coherent planning process renders the idea of a local plan, and by implication, the role of this planning committee, redundant. The Exeter Fields site was originally earmarked for light industrial and commercial use within the SKDC local plan, and according to the Directive of Cross-County Planning, RCC quote that their reason for not considering employment opportunities for the Quarry Farm site was because SKDC had designated Exeter Fields for this purpose.
30 seconds.
I notice that even Bourne and Market Deeping have even more designated employment use than Stamford. The Exeter Fields site is an ideal location for employment, being on the margin of Stamford and close to the A1. Making the land available to a supermarket, for example, would relieve traffic congestion in the historic core. In addition, a hotel like Premier Inn with an EV charging point close to the A1 would encourage visitors into the town, as well as providing employment opportunities. All this will be supported by a shuttle bus service, a mini park and ride. Has the committee questioned and seen evidence that the landowners/developers have seriously pursued possible employment uses for this site? A thriving town needs employment opportunities as well as housing to stop it becoming merely a commuter hub.
Thank you, thank you. Do we have any questions? Oh, Councillor Whitting.
Yeah, just one question. Do you know if Stamford Town Council, Stamford, have got a neighbourhood plan?
Yes. It has a neighbourhood plan, yeah, it does.
And in terms of that neighbourhood plan, how is this parcel of land been designated in the Stamford neighbourhood plan?
I'm not sure, but it's part of what's called the inner wheel. There's an inner wheel that's part of the neighbourhood plan which runs through, but that goes through the other development and the nature that you've got there. The big problem, of course, is the traffic generation down the Arran Road, which you see from that plan, with the signalised junction, and also the crossing points on the Empingham Road, which, Madam Chairman, if I come back to you, you asked the question about whether they would have a crossing point there. Well, that was under the original submission anyway, so this new submission doesn't allow for that crossing point, really. It's already in the plan, and it's definitely needed. In fact, the earlier building by Wimpey with the Lambert's Close and all of that development, that should have had in it a crossing point there for Malcolm Sargent School, and that was never provided.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else?
If I
sorry,
may,
I'm just going to check to see if anybody... No, Councillor...
Yeah, just follow up. Obviously, speak on answer a specific question about the Stamford neighbourhood plan. Just wondering if it's possible for somebody to answer that question, because I think it's important, because we're encouraged. I mean, at the moment, my own village is doing a neighbourhood plan, and we were always on the assumption that what was contained in our neighbourhood plan would have bearing upon the development of our village. And I'm just wondering how this land has been designated in the Stamford neighbourhood plan. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you for your query. What I was actually going to suggest, because of the situation we're now in regarding the tilted balance, I was going to suggest that before we even start debate, that our officers just give us a sort of like a recap explanation of how we stand with that. If we've got no more questions, then in fact, thank you very much for your time. We could look at that now. Oh, my apologies. I do apologise. We haven't yet heard from our applicant. Once we've heard from our applicant, then we will look at that. So our applicant is Mr. Andrew McFit, who works for Commercial Estates Group. Thank you. And if you would like to have your 3 minutes, and give us when you're ready, and then we have a 30-second warning. Thank you.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name's Andrew McFeet. I'm Senior Planning Manager at Commercial Estates Group. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. CEG is seeking approval to build a mix of new homes along with a local centre at Exeter Fields. For 2 years, we've worked closely with council officers, local groups and the wider community. We've listened carefully and we've shaped a high-quality, deliverable scheme in response. Independent marketing has been undertaken over a sustained 10-year period, seeking employment occupiers for the site. The last round of marketing was undertaken by local and national commercial property agents for a period of 12 months prior to submission, seeking interest for employment uses only. No expressions of interest were made for employment uses compatible with the scale of the allocation or the extant permission. A detailed review of supply and demand in the local and regional employment market, which we submitted to the Council and has been accepted, confirms extremely limited demand for commercial space here. This is also supported by the Council's own evidence carried out by its appointed specialist advisors, which recommends that the site be used for housing, given the already significant oversupply of employment land in the district. Our proposal offers a better and deliverable alternative. It includes not only homes, 30% of which are affordable, but a local centre with shops, a nursery, care home and space for a GP surgery. Together, these would create up to 155 direct and 78 indirect jobs, more than on a typical industrial site. We'll deliver new open spaces, support biodiversity and reduce the traffic impact compared to the original employment plans. The scheme includes contributions towards schools, healthcare, outdoor sports and more. The new homes will also support local businesses and services through increased spending and council tax receipts. Most importantly, as you've already heard, the application is in accordance with the Council's development plan and aligns with the district's wider goals of housing delivery, regeneration and sustainable placemaking. We welcome and hope you support the officer's balanced report and recommendation to approve. CEG is ready to invest and begin delivering these benefits immediately. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions? I'll go for Councillor Trotter and Councillor Crawford. Sorry, Councillor Smith, did you have your hand up? And Councillor Whittington, thank you. And Councillor Fellows.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Andrew, hello, thank you for
Hi.
attending today. Are you able to, you mentioned about that there was an approach or approaches for employment, but you said it wasn't compatible with the allocation. Are you able to expand a bit on that comment?
Yeah, sure. So we've, as I touched on in my speech, we've had a period of 10 years where we've marketed the site continuously. So you'll have seen the boards on the A1 during that time. Before we decided to submit a planning application or moved it forward, we engaged with the council and we did a further 12 months of intensive marketing. In that period, we approached local and national commercial property agents, and we were only looking for employment uses on the site. So we were going to both employment developers and we were also going to potential occupiers. So in that sense, we were looking at the entire circle of the market. No interest was forthcoming, and as our case officer pointed out in his presentation at the start, there were only 3 bids that actually came forward, none of which were for employment. All 3 were for residential or residential-led mixed use. Now, to the point, Councillor, sorry, that you said about, sorry, I think there was something else in there. Can you just remind me quickly?
I think what I was trying to get a bit more information. When you said not compatible with the allocation, so, I was thinking what type of work, employment, potentially came forward.
So it's a strategic employment site. You know, we kept the marketing process very broad, very open, so as to go to small, SME, independent type businesses, all the way up to regional strategic occupiers. So the types that you would get on typical motorway junctions, for example. No interest was forthcoming from any of those. So, and when we did that for a 12-month period, and in fact that marketing has actually been left open. So theoretically, if someone was to contact them now, they would, you know, their call would be entertained. Now we are commercial property developers. We've built, as a business, we've built 2 office buildings in Bristol in the last 12 months. We have an industrial scheme over in Worksop, so not too far away. Where we believe that there is market appetite and there is demand for such uses, we invest and we deliver, and we have a fantastic track record of doing so. There simply isn't the same level of market appetite, demand, occupier interest to justify retention of this site as a strategic employment site, hence why we have looked at alternative proposals.
Thank you very much. If we can have Councillor Crawford next, please.
Thank you. You said that there would be, don't know quite how to word this or phrase it. So there's a medical centre area that you would keep for 3 years, that area. When would the start date, sort of like the countdown, begin? Is it if today you get the OK, or is it in 6 months' time when you perhaps start the build? When would that 3 years be given to the NHS for them to decide where they want it? Thank you.
Thank you. So we've proposed and agreed with our case officers that will be 3 years dating from the grant of planning permission. We've been in conversation with the ICB for 2 years, well over 2 years now, recognising some of the points that came up at the public consultation and hearing actually comments here today that there is a distinct need for those particular facilities to the west of Stamford. So we're proposing to retain that land for a period of 3 years. We'll continue the engagement with the ICB as we have done for the last 2-3 years anyway, and hopefully they come forward and say, actually, yes, we'd like this in this location.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just one question. You say you've been out marketing the entirety of the site for commercial employment use. If there was a mix, have you done anything around sort of a mixed model if it was part residential, part employment? Have you done that, or would you consider doing that?
But that's what we're proposing as part of this application. So when we did the marketing process, and working in property, and don't want to sort of look as if I'm telling people how to suck eggs, but effectively, whenever anything comes onto the market, you will normally, so for example, we put this out there for employment uses, and we prioritised employment interests, so it was therefore going to employment, commercial property agents, commercial property developers, employment occupiers, etc., etc. Now, just the way in which the market works and the way in which agencies work, sometimes there are schemes that are put on for certain uses that someone else, and it happened in this scenario, will look at and think, oh, maybe that would work for mixed use. Now, the marketing process, I think, demonstrated 2 things, which is quite clear from what we've submitted as part of the application and what you've heard earlier today. One is that there just is not the demand for a scale of employment uses here, and it's hence why we've looked at the local centre, and we're proposing there's a level of employment generation there that would far outstrip what you'd get on a typical industrial site. But actually, through the 3 interested parties who were keen, they were only looking at residential mixed use anyway, so in that sense, we have all of those responses back, so we know that there's no demand for employment, but equally there's a level of demand for local centre uses and residential to the side of that.
Thank you. Councillor Fellows.
Yeah. Can you... Sorry, your mic's still on. Oh, it's still working. We're good. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I actually think my question was asked by Councillor Crawford and answered by yourself, but I would like to pursue it, because as any of us as councillors will tell you, you probably know, any member of the public says, oh great, all this housing development, where are the facilities? So on the healthcare centre bit, you're promising to hold land for 3 years. Are you actually conscious of the importance of making sure that those facilities, like a healthcare centre, are actually at your priority and not when all the houses have been built and then you decide whether or not you want one?
Absolutely. So thank you, Councillor. I mean, it was loud and clear, particularly at the public consultation we had sort of 18 months or so ago now, that there is a particular dearth of healthcare facilities on the western side of Stamford. I think more broadly speaking in Stamford, but particularly on the western side. Now, in response to that, we have proposed land in there for a GP surgery, we've been engaging with the ICB for a number of years. You know, I've spent a lot of time trying to have meetings, having meetings, you know, selling the location. You know, we believe in it. We think it will be a real benefit to the scheme, and hence why we're agreeing for a period of 3 years from the grant of outline permission, which is obviously, you know, subject to having agreement here today. We'd then obviously need to agree the 106, but we'd still then, you know, there's a period of time between sort of that 3 years hitting and when we get the sort of the decision notice issued. So we'll still engage with the ICB. You know, I think it would be a great addition to the scheme. It's why we've included it, and it's in response to the comments we had at the consultation, particularly.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford, then Councillor Vishnu Singh and Councillor Bird. Thank you.
This is a bit tongue-in-cheek, really, and it's an ask. If you do get permission today, can you make sure and ensure that you don't plan anything with a joint driveway and a shared driveway?
Was that, do you want me to answer that question, or was that... Right. Understood.
Thank you. Councillor Vishnu Singh.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much for your presentations. Could you please confirm, or in any way, that the land for the health care or for surgery was previously allocated on that site? And did you receive any inquiries from the CCJ NHS Lincolnshire?
So the land itself has never been allocated for healthcare purposes. So the provision that we're including now of land for a GP surgery has been in direct response to the comments that we've received throughout the process. The second point, I think you were saying, it sounded like more of a question around have we been engaging with the ICB or CCG, whichever you want to say. The answer is yes. I think there is a level of interest there, but I think, as you can probably appreciate, that with Stamford North coming forward ahead of this application and obviously them wanting you know, a new location in Stamford, that probably has primacy at the minute, but actually, as far as I understand, they're looking at potentially 2 opportunities there. Now, that's why we're proposing to reserve the land for a period of 3 years. We'll continue to engage with them, and we will absolutely push home the benefits of having a GP surgery on this site, not only for new residents, but actually for also the existing residents as well.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bird was next.
Thank you, Chair. I think just picking up on what the priorities are for actually delivering all the good stuff that goes with it, or the infrastructure and everything. Is it correct that the improvement to that main junction and the crossing and all the safety features would be put in place before any development takes place, and that the sports fields and the shops, they would all be built by yourself and in place within before the houses are occupied, or within a certain time limit? I'm just we get this quite a lot, that lots of nice things are promised, and then, you'll forgive us being a little bit cautious, somehow they don't actually get delivered. So what's your kind of time scale? What will be delivered first, and if you could tell us a bit more.
Yeah, no, so I completely appreciate the question. Thank you, Councillor. So I think just going first to your point around the access, obviously we've applied for the access in detail. There is a need for an access point into the site. So in terms of a sort of efficiencies of construction, it would obviously make sense for that access to go in first to enable construction vehicles to get into the site, but then equally, and subject to obviously those vehicles not ripping up any curbs, etc., improvements such as the crossing, for example, would be put in at the right time alongside those. In terms of the delivery of or the delivery strategy, I think is what you're broadly referring to. We see this as a single phase of development, so we see it as coming forward at the same time, really, so that the benefits can be taken from the delivery of housing alongside delivery of commercial.
Sorry to interrupt. We're at the point where we've gone over 10 minutes, approaching 10 minutes of questions, but in view of the level of interest of the committee and the importance of this strategically for Stamford, I'm going to propose that we continue until at least another 5 minutes to give members a chance to just ask you to avoid repetition, if you can, please. The next person is Councillor Paul Wood.
Thank you. I was a bit confused. I wonder if you could...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Paul. We also are approaching our 3-hour limit as well. We have a few more applications left after this one. I'm going to suggest that we continue to 5:30 only so we're not doing things incrementally, but I have to say the aim would be to finish before then. Could I have somebody propose that? Or
Happy to propose that, Madam Chairman.
thank you. And seconded by Councillor Chotu. Can I just ask all those in favour of that? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that is carried, but as I said, we will do our best to I think we'll continue after this application because the remaining applications also have members of the public waiting. Oh, would you like to carry on, Councillor Wood?
Yeah, could you just clarify in my own mind? We've been talking about marketing this land for 10 years. I think you said 12 months, didn't you? So could you have you been marketing it for 10 years?
Yeah, so clarification there. So we've marketed this land for a period of 10 years. So over that point, we've had V-boards onto the A1. We've had national commercial property agents appointed throughout the duration of that time. Now, responding to the policy point that the officer introduced at the start, policy E6 talks around a robust marketing strategy. Now, we had a period of 10 years marketing there, and in that 10 years, there was very limited interest. In fact, there was no interest towards the end, and that's despite the fact there being relative booms in both the industrial and office markets within that time. But prior to submission, we agreed with the council that we would do a further 12 months of intensive marketing. So that involved the appointment of a national property agent. So that would typically go out to some of those more nationally, regionally focused occupiers, for example. But then on the side of that, we also had a local property agent, and they would be looking for local, sort of more SME type businesses as well. So that period of 10 years is from 2015 to 2025 as we are here today, but that period of 12 months marketing is from, well, it was before we lodged the application, so it would have been at the start of this year, from the sort of the end of 2022.
You're also quite big into residential development, aren't you?
As a
Marketed it for residential as well. No, I know it's employment management designated that, but you're obviously quite big as a company in residential development.
We're not residential developers. We're commercial developers. So we're not house builders in the same way as a Taylor Wimpey, for example. We're commercial developers, and that's why what I said before in terms of in the locations that we consider there to be market demand and appetite, we feel the strength of the market is there. Like I said, in Bristol, like in Worksop, like in Leeds, for example, we invest and we deliver.
Okay. It was just on your website. You particularly talk about secured planning consent for £30,000.
Yeah, it's just with secured planning consent. So we're land promoters. So we work with landowners, we work with local authorities, we work with other statutory bodies to deliver permissions for residential development, and we'll then work with those communities to enable them to come forward in a sensitive way relative to placemaking objectives. So yes, we have secured consent for homes before, but equally, and I can see you've got the page up there, we've also secured planning permission for 10 million square feet of employment, and I think that goes to the point that really, that where we see, there as being occupier interest, market demands is such, we'll invest and we'll deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Yeah, it was just a point of clarity, really. You said 3 years for the healthcare centre. In terms of Stamford North, that's got a similar provision. So I was just wanting to find out the fallback position in terms of if you don't get a buyer for the land, would that then become housing?
So it's within the local centre area, the GP. So we've included within there, so we see it as more a commercial use. Now, if that was not to come forward as a GP surgery, and obviously we hope it does, hence why we're reserving the land for a period of 3 years, that application, I would assume, would need to come back to committee for approval, and it will be subject to a new application. I don't know if Adam, if you want to maybe.
Adam, would you like to answer?
In effect, what the land does is it reserves a site within the local centre for a 3-year period, or if the ICB, for whatever reason, say that using Stamford North instead, the land can be released, then effectively what the permission does is it covers it through the local centre, so it would need a reserved matters application for an alternative local centre use, and that, with the current scheme of delegation, would come back to committee. Likewise, if it was to be put forward for an alternative residential use, that would need a new full application, so it would need a fresh consideration and could then be brought to committee if members wished it to do so.
Thank you very much. I think everyone's... Sorry, Helen, did you want to come back? No. Councillor Whittington, did you want to just make a laugh?
Just one question. I'm trying to understand the marker here between commercial and residential. In your experience, and obviously you experienced in the commercial field, is land more valuable as commercial or as residential, or does it depend on individual circumstances?
I mean,
sorry, I'm going to interrupt there because that's not actually a material consideration. It isn't a material consideration, land value, impact on land value. It isn't. If I might ask a question, though, I think it might be relevant, going back to there's obviously a lot of interest about the marketing, because a lot's hinging on that.
Yes.
When you marketed, did you market the entire sites? Although you approached SMEs, obviously they would be unable to take up an offer, or did you parcel it up so that smaller businesses could show an interest?
Thank you, Chair. Both. So, like I said, we broke it up in terms of the national and the local commercial agents. So the national would be looking at typically the sort of the bigger box sort of occupiers. The locals would be looking at more of those, and that would be looking at either a parcelised basis or the full site. So we did really cover the full spectrum.
Thank you. So I've got another one or two follow-ups. The other one was regarding, we touched on your relationship with the ICB, which is great. Were you aware that the ICB is being restructured, and if so, how that might impact on your discussions with them? It's going to a regional level by the looks of it. It's still in the pipeline.
I was broadly aware. Now my understanding is that the same individuals that we've been liaising with are going to remain in post. You know, perhaps job title might change, but certainly they're the right people. And actually the strength of the relationship with those that we've been talking to date, if there are new individuals, for example, that are more relevant to be speaking to, then we'll obviously make those connections so we can continue to make the case for them taking this space.
Sorry for the follow-up. Could that potentially impact on your time frame, touching on what Councillor Smith's point, the 3 years? Would you be prepared to extend that should, in effect, there be an issue there?
I don't think it will affect it. I think we'd be prepared to extend that 3-year period within reason, but I think also we have to look at it from the perspective of that's, as we see it on the master plan, that's right in the centre of the site. Now, what we don't want to have is a gaping hole there, because I think that would actually be quite detrimental from a placemaking perspective. So I think any sort of agreement there has to be sort of reasonable. And we thought 3 years on balance, given that's from the grant of outline permission, so it's not 3 years from today, for example. We think that is a sufficient period of time that allows for those sort of peaks and troughs as you do get reorganisation at these bodies to allow discussions to take place. So I still think 3 years is a reasonable length of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. We'll now move forward then to questions for our officer and debate. Would anyone like to start us off? And sorry, before we do that, Adam, just going back to the if you could just explain again the position regarding the tilted balance, which should hopefully pick up Councillor Whittington's point about the impact on consideration and weight of the neighbourhood plan.
I mean, we've heard a lot of interesting things from the speakers that we've had today. I think almost the best thing we can do in terms of guiding the committee's consideration of the application today is the starting point is we have to assess the application against the development plan. So that's the local plan and the neighbourhood plan. We have heard a lot from the ward members and the public speakers about what the local plan review says, and the option for a mixed-use site and trying to safeguard that. The starting point, as I said, is what the current adopted local plan says. And as we went through in the presentation, fully acknowledge that the site is currently allocated as a strategic employment site, but you have a policy provision within the adopted local plan that allows for that land to be released for an alternative use if it demonstrates compliance with other criteria. The neighbourhood plan, in terms of its designation, it still gets given full weight in the development plan process. The neighbourhood plan does not designate the site for any alternative uses because, in effect, the local plan does that by allocating it as a strategic employment site. The neighbourhood plan has a similar approach in terms of, yes, it encourages employment use, but it also recognises that you may have additional residential development come forward within Stamford outside of the allocated sites as well. So the primary policies in terms of the actual principle of development here are primarily that policy E6, which is the one that looks at the current allocation of the site as an employment site and then looks at whether it's suitable to release that land for alternative employment uses. Now, you've heard a lot there from the speaker on behalf of the applicant in terms of the marketing that's been undertaken. And what that first criteria is about demonstrating that a site is no longer appropriate or viable as an employment site. Now, as part of the application, there has been an extensive market analysis, and we've heard a lot of discussion about whether there's been interest and whether it's encouraging for the site to come forward for employment uses. What that market analysis actually shows, which is quite interesting, is that if you look at your traditional employment uses, your industrial uses, your office uses, whereas a lot of the rental yields across Lincolnshire and Peterborough have been steadily increasing, for office use, for example, rental yields have actually gone down by 8% over a 5-year period, whereas in places such as North Kesteven, office yields have gone up by 117%. So you've got a lot of evidence there which simply demonstrates that the market is not there for your traditional employment uses. As you heard from the applicant, as an employment developer who's invested obviously very significantly in putting forward an application and all the cost that comes associated with that, I'm sure it's in their very best interest to try and extract some value from that. So if there was a willing employment developer who wanted to bring it forward, given that the sites had a previous permission dating back to 2013, I've no doubt that if there genuinely was a market interest, they would have tried to extract the value and brought it forward. All of the evidence that we've seen in terms of the marketing that has been done, we are content that it has been very robust. They've contacted as many agents looking at as many opportunities as possible. That's not to get away from the fact that that second criteria then looks at maintaining a similar level of employment opportunities. And what you've heard and what we've presented initially to you is this does still present employment opportunities, albeit in an alternative form. It's not your traditional offices, albeit the local centre could still have office uses. The condition allows for that to take place. It also allows for your traditional light industrial uses, potentially, if it's appropriate for residential area. But what that employment does could be significantly over and above what you could get if it was a storage and distribution use or a data centre or some of those automated uses, which the policy, in effect, as the allocation, allows it to come forward. So it's not necessarily a question of you're losing employment, yes, albeit the overall quantum of employment land is being lost. In effect, you're still getting the employment generating uses here, just in alternative opportunities. We've heard a lot as well in terms of certainty about the local centre and those elements coming forward. That is the exact reason why you have a condition recommended to you in your additional items paper about a phasing plan, where we can get as much control as we possibly can through that phasing plan to make sure that it all comes forward in a timely fashion. You've heard from the applicant there as well. They have people that are looking to deliver this site. They want it to come forward in a single phase of development. The phasing plan is just a simply a reflection of you're probably going to have different people delivering the different elements of the scheme, but there is definitely a will there for it to come forward. Looking specifically then in terms of the health contribution, as I say, the Section 106 would be drafted on the basis of the land being reserved for a 3-year period and effectively encouraging the ICB to call upon that land. What you've got here is both an applicant here and an applicant at Stamford North, even with Quarry Farm, the Rutland side of things. You have multiple landowners here almost begging the ICB to take land and deliver a health centre. It's then upon them to call upon it and make the decision. We are doing the best we can to safeguard that opportunity, but we cannot compel the health centre, the NHS to deliver it. We are giving them all the opportunity we can. We're trying to be respectful of, as you've heard from the applicant, a 3-year period being reasonable in terms of encouraging it, trying to push the NHS into making a decision, but not necessarily compromising the overall development. We've heard there is a very clear desire for a new health centre in Stamford. If that's the case, then the 3-year period should be more than ample for the NHS to call upon that land. It doesn't necessarily have to then be delivered by the NHS, but they've got to effectively say whether or not they want it, otherwise the land would be released. Just in terms of the local plan review and what the potential draft allocation says for that, the important thing is that whilst we're going out to another consultation at the start of next month, in terms of considering current applications in front of you today, committee, that gets given very little weight in terms of that planning balance and that decision-making process. The evidence that has accompanied that review, though, so the employment land study, which suggests it's unsuitable to retain it for employment land, you do have to give that weight because, as we've heard again from the Assistant Director on previous applications, committee have to demonstrate and evidence their decision-making process. So just, sorry to come back to your point, Councillor Morgan, in terms of the tilted balance. Ultimately, the tilted balance is part of the MPPF, and the MPPF is a material consideration. Your starting point, regardless of the tilted balance situation or not, is does the application comply with the development plan? The officer recommendation in front of you is yes, it does. It's only then that you then engage with the tilted balance, which then says you should be granting permission unless the impacts would significantly outweigh the benefits. And in this case, as we say again, when you take that as a material consideration, then the benefits, in our view, would also then indicate you should be granting planning permission.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Councillor Crawford, you had your hand up.
Thank you. There's been lots of questions that have been answered by the applicant, and I'd like to thank him for that interrogation, more than a question and answer. If there'd been lots of interest in the land over the last 10 years, then I would be looking at this in a totally different way. But sadly, since COVID, lives have changed, employment has changed, and life isn't as it was. A lot of people work from home, there isn't the industry anymore, that's gone overseas. And obviously we've got the tilted balance to consider. And with all that in mind, I feel that, for me, there is no other option that I propose that we accept this application. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Harrison, thank you. Does anyone want to make Councillor Wood and then Councillor Smith? Councillor Trotter, did you have your hand up as well?
I was going to second it, but yeah, it's fine.
Councillor Mills, I understand, and I think I'd like to comment as well, but Councillor Wood.
Okay. Somebody's
put forward a proposal. You can, if there's any comment you want to make, that's fine. That's why I asked if anybody wanted to raise their hands. If you wanted to say anything, if you weren't happy with this application, for example, then you're welcome to make your arguments now as well. So I'll put you down to speak then, Councillor Krishna Singh. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I can see the problem or the dilemma. Yeah, we've got some land. The local plan says it's employment land. It's been marketed. It seems to boil to me down to E6, and I think you've said that, Adam. Actually, does it comply with E6? obviously the applicant's made quite a strong case as he's marketed it for 10 years, and I think you've said that as well. Just my only question is really, what evidence have we got that it's no longer appropriate as an employment site? I know you've said you agree with that, the applicant says that. Have we got clear evidence that it has been 10 years and we're quite satisfied that? Because if that's the case, then I agree. There's no alternative to prove it for this. But I want to make sure that is, because I'm a little bit sceptical. It's probably not relevant. My opinion is that residential land is more valuable than employment land. Now, whether that might be right or not, but that's my perception. So I just want to make sure it has been marketed and you've seen the evidence, or Emma's seen the evidence, or so it's really what evidence have we got?
Yes, Councillor Wood, we've seen the evidence, we've seen the details of the offers. I believe other members of the council in terms of the economic development team have themselves been engaged with the applicants in terms of trying to find suitable opportunities for this land. So, yeah, from all the evidence presented in front of us, every opportunity and every effort has been made to try and find an employment use on that site, whether it's national, whether it's local. Whilst we're hearing that there is interest, and I'm sure, as you've heard from local residents, that people want employment opportunities, they want offices, the fact of the matter is that's not then translated into offers for the land or anyone actually willing to put forward money to deliver that site. And as we've said in terms of what the market analysis is showing, is ultimately the value is not there within Stamford for it to come forward and for it to be an attractive proposition for someone to actually put up the cost required to build such facilities. They're not going to get the return needed to make it viable.
Thank you. If I can now ask Councillor Smith to speak, please.
Thank you. It was just a comment, really. Like, we've heard from the ward councillors that there seems to be a lot of opposition to this locally, and they would prefer it for employment use. Obviously, it says employment use in the local plan. I understand that nationally it's been advertised, and we've heard that, you know, Leeds, Bristol, Worksop are all better places for employment use, but I do worry that for the people actually of Stamford, whilst nationally there might be better sites, actually this is one of the few sites left for Stamford. So I am concerned about this all going for residential use.
Thank you. Councillor, do forgive me because I lost the order when we sort of had an interjection. Councillor Bishnal Singh, and then I think Councillor Mills.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, naturally, I am sceptical. To me, I like concrete evidence that these things have been marketed fairly. There's an open books that one can inspect to say that is this been done properly. To be here, we just have to take the words of the gentleman here that has been marketed for 10 years. So, but he said, but previously it was not allocated.
Can I just interject? There was I think, point of information. It's my understanding considerable evidence has actually been gathered which supports the comments by the applicant.
Yeah, there's a market analysis report which is on the public file, available for inspection by members if they want to, which details very extensively that analysis.
Thank you. Sorry, did you have a further comment?
Yes, what I said to me has been mentioned by Councillor Smith, that this is the only piece of land that is left for possible employment, you know, because Stamford is growing, we're building more and more. All the employment land or industrial brownfield sites are being filled with houses. So we got nowhere else to go to put any more industry in and around Stamford that we easily, you know, can be easily accessed by the A1. So I feel very strongly about it that this land should be kept for, even half of it be kept for what's called employment.
If I can stop there, because I think that point's been made a few times, and it was certainly made by our speakers. Can our officers comment on that? What exactly is the status regarding the finality of the decision with regards to employment land in Stamford or the Stamford area? Would there be any alternative opportunity at all?
21 houses to build, and the remainder, land be allocated, the 5 hectare for the employment. I think there will be something maybe ready. I don't know at what stage it might go to consultation.
I think Emma would like to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. I think what you're referring to is the consultation document, the Regulation 18 local plan that went to Cabinet last week and is due to go out to consultation in early July. In that, we are proposing to allocate this site for mixed use, and that would include keeping some of the site for employment uses as well as residential. It's not backed up by a development proposal. It's because we want to try and ensure that we're creating sustainable forms of development, and we are ideally retaining some form of employment on site. But what we've got to remember is this proposal that's in front of you, we have to make a decision on that. The Regulation 18 consultation document carries no weight because it's not sufficiently far and advanced enough as an emerging local plan document. And this proposal in front of you does have a form of employment, albeit not your traditional office, light industrial or warehouse and distribution forms of employment that the policy initially seeks to retain. We've heard and we've got the marketing evidence. It's on the website. It's there for you to look at. It's there for the residents to have a look at, for any other interested party to have a look at. This site has been extensively marketed over a decade. We can't keep it indefinitely, sadly. And we're in a situation where not only does the scheme comply with the local plan policy that is permissive, it allows other uses where it cannot be, it can be demonstrated that the site can not continue in an employment use or is not suitable for employment use. But notwithstanding that, even if you were not happy with that evidence, because we're in that tilted balance position, you would then have to move to that tilted balance where you would have to give significant weight to the significant benefit of the additional housing, because this council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. That puts us in a really challenging position. I know that you want to retain some employment. We all want employment where we can get employment. We can't make employers come and build on a site. What we can do is make the landowners market the site and try everything they possibly can to bring those landowners. But ultimately, if they are not willing to come and develop, we cannot retain the land indefinitely. And we've got to take that into account, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Howard, did you have any more points?
I accept what actually the planning director just said on it, but at least if we're going to maintain and keep that for the 3 years that have been mentioned, at least we have a fair chance and bringing the other consultation that is being will be proposed very soon, the one that went to the cabinet, about half of it to be employment and half of it to be, for residential. I would go along with that. But I think let's give it a chance, at least, for that to go forward. I would like to put that as out.
Thank you. So I'm not sure whether you're suggesting we just don't determine the application for 3 years and ask the applicant to try some more marketing, in which case, if I was a betting person, I think we'd be in a non-determination appeal scenario fairly quickly, and then we'd have to, well, we'd lose the right to make a decision and the inspector would deal with it, or whether or not you're suggesting we go back and ask the inspector to change the, the applicants to change the proposals. We could do that. But we've got a statutory duty to determine the application in front of us, and that's what we need to be doing. We need to be considering that application, I'm afraid. We can't wait for the local plan to progress to such a position that it will carry weight, because we won't have the choice. We will not be able to determine that application. It will be taken out of our hands.
Sorry, Harish, could you put your mic on, please?
Yeah. Crosby says, SD1, the principle of sustainable development, South Kesteven, he says the need to travel and wherever possible be located where services and facilities can access more easily through walking, cycling and and transport, so easy access, for the development side.
Respectfully though, Councillor Bisnelson, that's exactly what you're getting here. You're having a local centre with employment uses directly adjacent as part of a residential development. That is minimising the need to travel. You are getting provision on site. Yes, it's not your traditional general industrial uses. It is still employment uses that you have to give due regard to, though.
Employment for care in care homes.
Well, if I may, what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to say something, and then I've got Penny, Pam, and Vanessa, and Helen, I understand, had her hands up, and then I'm going to draw this to a close, because I think to an extent we're going round and round, quite a lot, especially around the marketing. The point I was going to make is, because I have to say, I looked at this, and I have been lobbied, and I fully understand the concerns of the local people and local members, and if we can magic up somewhere extra, which possibly we could in the future, perhaps to the north, then yeah, I would not support this, but I think there's a lot of positives in this application. We're kind of going down the negative side of the loss of the employment land. It is a mixed site. It's the percentages about how much is employment, how much is housing. We need housing. We need employment. So whatever we say, we need this site to be used and not sitting dormant for another 5 years or whatever. We're talking about care home provision. We have got, and it came out yesterday's Health Scrutiny Committee, an increasingly elderly population that is disproportionate to the number of elderly people across the rest of the country. We have a strong need for more care home places. With that will come likely local employment. They're real jobs on the ground, not two people running a warehouse or as been mentioned, some sort of IT centre. And in addition to that, we've got the jobs relating, there'll be good small businesses relating to the centre. We've been told the residents want that centre. In fact, they should have had the centre. It's been long promised. It's been long promised. So what I feel reassured about, and I do want it confirmed, that we've got trigger points built into this application that would require that has to be completed before we start building our housing, etc. Can I just have confirmation about what those trigger points are? We've got the provision of a crossing. That should have been provided, so if we refuse this today, I'd still be pushing for enforcement on that anyway, because that should have been in long ago. We've got concerns that have been raised around its location next to the A1. Unfortunately, we've got quite a lot of development now along the A1, but we are being told that could be mitigated against. So I think that there are positives with this. I think if it weren't for the fact it's designated employment land, we would be looking at this in a very different light. I didn't feel we had an answer to my question about whether there is an absolute limit in the future in the employment land. That would be, I think, just helpful to have that, if there is scope for other land to be designated, just outside Stamford, perhaps.
You do have that you do have that current allocation on the eastern side of Stamford. I can't speculate about the future. Obviously, appreciate in terms of Stamford, it is tightly constrained in terms of not only its administrative boundaries, but also in terms of flood risk, heritage assets, etc., that do constrain future development. So we can't speculate about whether future sites may come forward. Just to pick up on your point, Councillor Morgan, in terms of the phasing of the delivery, that is exactly the reason that we've looked to put in place that phasing plan condition, where the details will be agreed about what order the development comes forward in. But looking at it in terms of a commercial sensibility sort of approach, that local centre is on the front of the site at Embingham Road. In terms of good design and making the site attractive, it's going to be within the developer's interest to bring that land forward, because that is the thing that's almost going to be attracting people to the remainder of the residential development, which effectively sits behind it. we've had discussions with the developer. There is known interest in that land. You've heard that there is a bid for local centre uses on that site. So, as I say, the phasing plan is to do everything that we can in terms of from a planning perspective to make sure that comes forward in a timely manner. The market will also drive that it comes forward at the earliest opportunity as well.
Thank you. So Emma would like to make a point, then we'll go to other speakers and then we'll close.
Thank you. It was just to complement what Adam said in terms of employment uses. Is absolutely correct. Any application that came forward speculatively for new development outside of the existing built-up areas would have to consider its own merits, but we do have permissive policies that would allow that in principle, subject to those applications themselves being acceptable. So that's why we can't say with a crystal ball, yes, but policies theoretically would allow existing uses to expand, and it would also allow other uses to potentially come forward subject to.
Thank you. So that's clarified that. So if I could then move to Penny as my next speaker, then Pam, Councillor Bird, I had Councillor Smith. I've had a sudden flurry of hands. Tim, did you have your hand raised? So I will finish off and just ask, if it's been said, please don't repeat. Thank you. So, yeah, so did Penny. Yeah, so Penny, thank you. Pam, Vanessa, and then yourself.
Right, well, I'm sorry, I'm just going to change the subject. About the BNG off-site, I was just wondering how much is going to be on site and how far away is the BNG provision, where is it, and at what stage do we get to know more about that?
I mean, thankfully, Councillor Mills, that's a very simple question. The BNG provision, albeit is off-site, is immediately adjacent to it. So the red line itself excludes a strip of land immediately adjacent to the A1 that's currently got various different sort of overgrown shrubs, etc. The intention is to enhance that part of the land immediately adjacent to the A1. That in itself will help in terms of the acoustic mitigation, that sort of element. That detail in terms of exactly what that BNG looks like in terms of the habitat creation, that's covered by the pre-commencement condition that gets attributed to all planning permissions. The reason it's covered by the Section 106 here is that we need to tie the additional land effectively to the permission itself to make sure that it comes forward and we can monitor it and deliver it appropriately.
Thank you for that. I was worried it could be miles away or something. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad you asked the BNG, because I had that on my list, because it always worries me when you've got such a big site and then it says it's going to be delivered off-site, and it didn't sort of seem to make sense given the amount of space. So thank you for covering that one. Just a couple of points I'd like to make. One is that this is a sort of an indicative outline. It's not actually a plan, is it? So can we be sure it will come back to us for some of the detailed stuff? So I'll just do all my questions and that. So I think we'd like it's quite likely from the way the discussion's going that as much as we're struggling to find reasons to make the employment land the issue, the material consideration, I think we're going to struggle on that point. So I'm suspecting, possibly against our hearts, our heads are going to say we would need to approve this. I don't know. But if that is the case, could all Stamford councillors or anyone respond to the Regulation 18 when it comes out to put in a request for allocation elsewhere for employment land to ensure that the quantity of employment land does meet the local need, because that would be part of the local plan regulation consultation. So that's just a thought. And could we, at this point, if we do end up approving it, ensure that there is a condition that whatever comes forward is no more than this 268 plus the 80, because we've seen that before where an agent will will put an amount, and then when it goes to a developer, it comes back with a bigger amount somehow. Never less, but always more. So I just wonder if we can condition, if we do approve, that it is specifically for no more than the amount on the plan in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you for those. If I could, I think Emma wanted to speak, but I think Adam, between you.
I can try and come back on most of them, to be fair. So, in terms of reserve matters coming back to committee, our current scheme of delegation says where the outline is being determined by committee, reserve matters will come back to committee. So, yes, in terms of the current scheme of delegation, it would come back to you. The only thing I will temper with that is committee, I'm sure, are aware of government's current consultation about a national scheme of delegation. One of those points is that reserve matters would not be determined by a committee. It would be automatically a delegated decision. So we'll have to bear in mind and wait and see what the actual position is in terms of national scheme of delegation at the point of the reserve matters. In terms of the limit on the actual development, it is condition 21 in your schedule of conditions. That is a very clear development specification. That says that the development should not exceed the following parameters. That includes the number of residential dwellings, the size of the care home, the size of the local centre, so that is very clearly defined. And in terms of identifying alternative employment sites, I'm sure our policy team would always love if there is willing landowners looking to deliver employment land. If there is a need for it, we will allocate it, but it's very much an evidence-led approach, which is dictated by what the employment need is within the area, and also if there are willing landowners are willing to bring forward land to deliver it.
Thank you. If I can have Vanessa next, Councillor Smith, and then Councillor Harrison, and then Councillor Whittington. And Councillor Bishnell Singh's got his hand up again. We'll do that order. And then I'm going to draw it to a close.
Thank you. It was just with reference to the ICB and the 3 years, and whether we were confident that 3 years was long enough, knowing how slowly the ICB can move sometimes, or whether we felt that should be longer.
Would you like to answer that, Adam?
Yeah, so I think it's almost trying to find that appropriate balance in effect. We have to bear in mind that we've heard a lot here from there is a need for a local centre. You have willing landowners offering land up left, right and centre for the NHS to take it forward. It is simply on them to make a decision. We, unfortunately, as a planning authority, cannot compel them. All we can do is try and encourage the land to come forward. A 3-year period here, from our perspective, is a reasonable time frame, bearing in mind the position that the local centre would be. We don't want that land to be left vacant. Ultimately, if there is that demand, and we know there is that need, 3 years in some ways is hopefully going to try and force the NHS to actually get on and make a decision. If we do a longer period, then it's almost just pushing the decision down the road. We might be sat here 5, 7 years down the line, and the NHS are saying, well, we've got land here, we're in no rush to make a decision on it. 3 years, hopefully, is a reasonable time frame for them to make a decision where they want to go, but also giving them almost a bit of impetus that, come on, you need to get on and make a decision here.
Can I just clarify? So the 3 years then, that's for them literally just to make a decision. It's not for any building work or, okay.
So 3 years is literally for them to say, we want this site.
Thank you. If we can go to, it was Councillor Harrison next, I believe. Thank you, Tim. Oh, was he? We couldn't work out. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a relative newbie on the committee. I've done my training. I think I understand this. So I've been looking at this document, which I got given the local plan. At the top of page 51, 2.71, it talks about policy E2, which was identifying significant employment sites. In that paragraph, it talks about this Exeter Road site, and then that is then reflected on page 53, and Exeter Road site is then identified as a strategic employment site. So I'm guessing a strategic employment site is a pretty significant thing because later on we've got E3 and E4, which seem to be slightly less important than the strategic employment site. So I'm just following my thinking through here, Madam Chair, if I may. And then we go on to E6, which in effect says that if you've got something identified within policies E1 to E4, which obviously will include E2 and this being an extra road being a strategic employment site, and those four conditions, I can see that potentially we're satisfying A, and we're possibly satisfying B. I'm struggling with C, because C says the alternative use would not be detrimental to the overall supply and quality of employment land within the district. The other A, B, C and D I'm relatively happy with, that I think we're satisfying. My concern now would be E6C, the alternative use, i.e.
To be fair, Councillor Whitting, the very simple answer to that is if you look at the criteria, it is the criteria at the end of each of it is or whether they comply with criteria B or criteria C or criteria D. So for it to be acceptable under that policy, it only needs to meet one of those four potential criteria tests.
Oh, right, that's fine. That's fine then. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. I think I know now how I'm going to vote on that. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Harrison. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My point was simple. There's been a lot of emotive rhetoric on this. We seem to be going around in a bit of circles now, so can we please move to the vote?
Yes, we can. I think unless anyone's got any new point to make, I think we will. In fact, we will, because I think yeah. So, all those in favour of the...
Madam Chairman, I've got a new point to ask Officer Al-Malik.
Councillor Bishar Singh, we have been debating this particular application for some time. I really think we need to move forward because we're in danger of
paragraph here
not hearing other applications. I've got to do a time limit, I'm afraid. I really do. You have had quite some time to speak and come back and forth and ask questions of our speakers. I don't normally do this, but we've got half an hour to hear the rest of this and 2 more applications, and people have been waiting ever so patiently in the back of the room, and I've got to respect them as well. So I'm going to move to the vote. So all those in favour of this application, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9. All those against, please raise your hand. That's 2. Any abstentions? I think that was everyone, wasn't it? Thank you. So this application has been approved with the conditions as per the document. Thank you. I'm going to give everyone just a quick 5-minute break, just because you have to just get a drink, or a quick move break because you haven't had a proper break this time. We're just checking, just waiting for one minute. Okay. Oh, here she comes. That's all right, sorry. I'm just going to start because I know you can hear what we are now saying. So we're now moving to agenda item 7, which is application S250588, which is a single-storey rear extension, the Conifers School Lane, Old Somerby. And I'll now pass over to our planning officer, Alex, to do a presentation. First of all, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, councillors as well. So I'll be presenting application number S250588, which is the proposal, as said, a single-storey rear extension, which is with a flat roof as well. So the extension would measure approximately 3 metres in depth, 3 metres in width, and 2.7 metres in height, and the materials are proposed to match the existing dwelling house. The address is the Conifers on School Lane, Old Somerby, and the reason it's coming to refer to committee is because the applicant is related to a councillor. And I'm Alex McDonough. So the key issues raised as part of the application is the impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on neighbours' residential amenities, and highways impacts. There's the site location plan in red, and here are the proposed plans. The officer evaluation is there is no harmful impact on the character and appearance of the area, there is no harmful impact on neighbours' residential amenities, no objections are received from highways, and my recommendation is for approval conditionally.
Thank you. I understand that we do have a speaker regarding this application. Just to make the point that Councillor Whittington has left the room for this case. A number of members of the council will be are familiar with a relative of the applicant because of their role as a councillor in this council. We must look at this case independently, which we are trained to do. So if I can ask if our speaker can come forward, please, who is Linda Dodd. Thank you. And welcome, Linda, and thank you for your patience. And you will have 3 minutes to speak, and you will be given a 30-second warning. And please hold forth for any questions. Thank you.
First of all, I'd just like to say, is it worth us coming here today? As it seems to be a foregone conclusion. Even after the enforcement officer told the builders to stop the build, to raise our objection, as the builder has been completing the extension, as on Tuesday after the committee came round, and on Wednesday the builder started again. And now the roof is on, and the builders, Harrison Interiors, was there this morning when we left with his loud radio on. Our objection is this: another intrusion on our privacy.
Sorry. Oh, thank you for letting us know. Thank you, Councillor Harrison.
I didn't realise it.
That's fine. Thank you. Can I just double check we are still quorum as a committee? One, two, three. We are. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we will be. Yeah. That's fine. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. Please do carry on. We'll stop the clock. So.
Right. Our objection is this is another intrusion on our privacy. We are not able to find any privacy in our garden, and this is just another extension on an extension. We've had nearly 26 years with a bungalow next door, and now after only a few years living there, they have a bungalow with an overbearing building. As you can see by the photos, we are having to trim a eucalyptus tree, but you can still see the unauthorised extension window very clearly. This is causing my husband intolerable stress, especially after he had a triple heart bypass operation and needs to rest and shouldn't have to keep objecting to our neighbours' extensions and unauthorised building work when all he needs is privacy and peace in our garden and to rest and not have to put up with the harassment we are having to deal with by abusive letters and threats to our property. This isn't much more I can say, except what used to be a private garden and patio is now all overlooked. So please try and see our point of view of our objection, as I'm sure you'll all agree privacy is paramount to everyone. Thank you for listening, even if it's been a waste of time for us, as you've already decided when the name comes up, it's straight away it's passed. So it doesn't matter about them getting planning permission and breaking planning rules and regulations. We'd also like you to know we've had threatening letters from the neighbours telling us she's going to knock our boundary wall down. We are seeking advice on that.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just say something? I find that highly offensive because we do not take things like that.
I was just
we look
about
at
to...
it and we think about it and we consider it. So I find that highly offensive.
So do we have the letters?
Right. First of all, if I can just say as chair that clearly there are some issues between what we would call neighbour dispute issues. That is not the purpose of this committee to consider those. What we will consider are relevant, valid material planning considerations, and we do not predetermine or prejudge, as has been said, an application until we've heard all of the evidence, which is what we're here to do today. So if I may give you that reassurance, we'll now move on then for any questions that we may have of you. Is there anybody? Councillor Trotter.
Thank you, Mrs. Dodd. I just want to ask you, what you say loss of privacy. Is there anything at all that could be done to mitigate? It's probably a question for the planning officer, but if, I'm asking you personally, is there one thing that you possibly think could mitigate you saying your loss of privacy, and then I'll probably refer that back to the officer. Thank you.
We have loss of privacy, yes. We're trying to train a eucalyptus tree to try and hide the big extension they already had, and now there's another extension. So we're trying to train the eucalyptus tree to hide all of the extensions, and we're not able to because it's just unruly.
Does that include windows? That's what I'm getting at. Okay.
Yes, it does. The window comes above our 6-foot fence. So when they are in that window, they can look through straight into our garden again.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? No. In that case, I think we'll go straight into. Thank you for your time. Thank you. We'll go straight into a discussion or debate regarding the application and its own merits. Thank you. Helen, Councillor Crawford.
Regarding the sighting of the window, is it higher than? I mean, where does it come regarding a fence?
Councillor Mills and I did a site visit, and if you stand at floor level, when we went, the foundations actually, which of course meant that we were dropped, but we deliberately stood on, there was some decking the same height as it would be, and it was higher than the fence. The window that was in there was higher than a 6-foot fence. However, if you stood inside the extension or at that level, floor level, you couldn't actually see much beyond. It was literally a gap like this between the top of the window and the top of the fence. So, a photo we have. Yes, if we could have the pictures up, please, that would be really helpful.
Thank you. That clarifies it nicely.
So this photo is taken from within the extension, looking over to the Dodds side. And then I have another photo from within, looking at the other side as well.
Councillor Mills.
The fence is the boundary, so...
Right. I did actually go on the site visit, and I went round to the neighbour's garden to have a look at it from their perspective. I also stood at what would be the floor level of the new extension through that particular window. I don't think the others are any issue. You can see over the fence to where the neighbours do have a bench where they sit in the garden. The reason they're particularly sensitive is because a 1.5-storey extension was added to a bungalow, and okay, it's all past now, but a Juliet window is on the second floor, and they can from that look right into their garden. So they feel that this extra window on that side, looking over now to where their bench is, where they sit, which is well established, is almost an extra intrusion on their privacy. So I think it's a cumulative effect here that's been going on.
Sorry, can I just ask, Madam Chairman, because I was involved in the Juliet balcony discussions. I know this is separate, and sadly I couldn't come to this site visit because I was training, so I don't know if I should still remain. I'm happy to remain if you're happy to keep me here.
Different application.
Yeah, different.
That's fine.
And that's why I'm asking all these questions. And there is cumulative. I am aware there is issues before, and this is sort of added to it.
You might be able to add some more information, actually, from regarding the Juliet balcony in that case, as long as it's relevant to the overall issue, privacy.
All I can comment on that, it did mentally involve. They did feel that they were losing their privacy with the Juliet balcony, and there was emails between the residents, the Dodds, and the council, but we basically hit a brick wall, and it went through. And then I've obviously seen this further extension, and I think this is, you know, they just want to have their own privacy, and I am concerned, but from a planning point of view, I don't know where we stand.
Can I just check, because our applicant referred to an issue regarding outstanding enforcement action. Can we just have clarity around that, please?
So obviously the extension, as we can see from the photos, and obviously the neighbours have referred to, is partially built, and that does mean that it's unauthorised because it requires planning permission. As members will be aware, in this particular scenario, because we've got an application in to regularise it, we will not take enforcement action until we have concluded the decision-making process on this application. If the application is approved, then that regularises the unauthorised position. If the application is not approved and refused, then obviously we will then make a decision as to what we do next in terms of enforcement. That may well be allowing allowing the planning appeal process to happen, because that's a quick process, being a householder, so it is a very quick process, and seeing whether that route is exercised. But that decision on enforcement would not take place until after this decision is made.
Thank you. Can I just ask a question clarifying the design of this extension? We mentioned the Juliet balcony existing already. Where is that in relation to the roof of this application? Is this a flat? Is it, because the roof wasn't on when I visited? Is the roof a flat roof? I understand it was from the design. And is there a possibility of stepping onto that roof from an upper window?
So what you can see here, Madam Chairman, I know it's very small, but effectively that is the Juliet balcony there, and the extension would be directly in front of it. So yes, hypothetically speaking, there is a potential for someone to step off the Juliet balcony onto the flat roof in front. If members are particularly concerned about that, we can impose a planning condition to ensure that that does not happen.
Yeah, just if I may follow up on that, and then Councillor Bird, I would certainly, if we're minded to approve, I would certainly want that condition to be added. Thank you. Councillor Bird.
Yes, thank you. It is just a query. It is quite a small extension. It's about 3 metres by 3 metres, and if it's flat roof, what is it that makes it planning permission rather than permitted development? Could you just clarify for me? Thank you.
The long and short of it is it's an extension onto an extension. So, yeah.
So therefore it's extending further into the rear garden or parallel to the rear garden more than it potentially would have done. It was my understanding that this originally came to the committee because of the relationship for the members. So that, how much weight do we give to that then? If it would be helpful to understand?
So, just in relation to the permitted development point, you measure from the rear of the original dwelling. So that's why you have to take into account the previous extension. Yeah. So the relationship of the applicant to a councillor is irrelevant to the decision making. You assess the application on its merits. It's either acceptable or it is not acceptable. The reason we bring these types of applications is for transparency, just to make sure that we are determined. It's the same as if it was a councillor was an applicant or an officer was an applicant. It is purely for transparency, so that we make these decisions in the public, and that there's no concerns behind the scenes.
Thank you. Councillor Crawford.
Just thinking how far that is protruding then into the back garden. Is that setting a precedency for everybody else down the road to also then put in for permission if they wanted to extend out that far? Are we setting a precedency?
It would be each case on its own merits. As I say, it's either having an impact or it's not having an impact. And in this particular instance, I know the neighbours are concerned about overlooking, and they're concerned about the windows, but also I assume the flat roofed and the potential to step out on it. We can deal with the flat roof certainly by condition. So it's not a precedent in that sense, case by case basis.
Okay, Councillor Burns. And we only have 4 minutes left to 5:30. If we are to conclude this, we might need about 10 minutes more, dare I suggest. If people are happy for that, and we can look at the final application and see whether or not we want to extend further. We'll see where we are regarding this one. Is everyone left happy to accept that? Are our officers able to accommodate that? Thank you. Thank you. So, Councillor Burrs.
Yes, I did see in the notes that the officer had assessed the prospect of overlooking on neighbourhood, and because of the fact that it was several metres from the fence and the fence was 6 foot high, and you'd have to really be standing on a stool to look over, that in fact it was your assessment that it wasn't any particular impact on the privacy of the neighbour. Is that is correct, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
Councillor Mill.
Well, I was on the site visit, and I stood at the floor level of the new little extension, small as it may be, and I could definitely see over the fence into the neighbours where they sit with their bench arrangement, which is actually quite over beyond the middle of their garden. It's not right on the boundary. I did wonder whether that window was actually needed. I mean, there's 2 big windows with opening doors, bearing in mind it is a cumulative impact here of what's gone on, and this is now an additional impact to the neighbours. They are retired, that they use their garden all the time, and I think, we should be sensitive to that overlooking issue on that basis. It does extend quite a long way back now from the original rear building line of the bungalows. So I don't know if we can do anything about removing the need for that window. It only looks out onto the oil tanks and the things, it's not a particularly pleasant outlook, or make it a opaque window.
Yes, I was going to suggest that. I think we're...
If we could do that, I think we're fine.
Was that what you were going to say as well, Kat? So I think we've all had the same thought at the same time. That you could support that. Can I just ask our officers if we could condition that the top of that, basically the top section of that, it is a large window in proportion to that room, that wall. Is it possible for us to make it obscure to the point of the level of the height of the fence? Is that reasonable?
We can certainly impose a condition. It'd be for members to be able to explain why it's necessary to do so. If, you know, for example, if the applicant chooses to challenge that condition, members would need to be able to say why it is necessary and justified to mitigate a harm.
Well, I'm prepared to support Councillor Milk because I could see there was definitely just like a painted blue. You could see the seated area next door. I'm not sure why or how, given there is a fence there and there is a distance, but you could see it. I think it was the height of the window in relation, and it was just directly looking across. Given the issue with the Juliet balcony as well, Councillor Crawford.
I was going to say, perhaps we could say because of the accumulative effect of loss of privacy. Yeah. We could use that now.
I think it's a good compromise, Madam Chairman, and I have been involved, and I know the effect it is having.
In that case, if I propose that we're minded to approve the application, however, with the condition preventing any access to the flat roof other than for short-term maintenance or an emergency exit, and the requirement to put an obscure top to the glazing and the window on the neighbour side. I'm not sure which direction it is, but the window on that side, and it needs to be dropped as low as the fence height, so that there is no to prevent any overlooking. Would that be acceptable to preserve the privacy of the neighbours, especially in view of the fact it's an extension on an extension, and there's a Juliet balcony as well already existing?
Yeah, we can add those conditions. So the recommendation, well, somebody would have to move it, but assuming that's what may be about to happen, would be to approve the application subject to those conditions, to obscure glaze the window, and deal with the flat roof issue as well.
Thank you. So Councillor Trotter propose. I'm happy to second. So all those in favour of that, please raise your hand.
It's unanimous.
That's unanimous. Thank you. Can we get Councillor Harrison and Councillor Whittington as well, please?
Well, I hope they're happy with that, because they're terribly stressed.
It's a common. Do you want to? Right. We will now, if I may have everyone's attention, please. Councillor Crawford. If I may propose that we do that, thank you. Thank you. So that's brilliant. So hands up, please. Anyone in favour of that? Thank you. So it's completing our final application, and thank you all for persevering. So this is agenda item 8, application S250471. This is for a proposed single-storey rear extension at the caretaker's house, 27A Queensway, Grantham, which again, just as a reminder, is, I understand, an SKDC-owned property, which is the only reason this has come to committee today. So, Alex, if you would like to lead the way, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for application number S25/0471. The proposal is for a single-storey rear extension along with ramp access to the side. The extension would measure 8.733 metres in length, 4.536 metres in depth and 2.627 metres to the eaves. The materials proposed are render and weatherboard with a cedar effect, and a GRP flat roof, which will be anthracite grey in colour. So the site address is the caretaker's house, which is 27A Queensway, Grantham. And once again, it's coming through committee as to the council property. So the key issues raised for this application are impact on the character and appearance of the area, impact on neighbours' residential amenities, and high-rise impacts. Here is the site location plan outlined in red. And here are the proposed plans. The officer evaluation, there is no harmful impact on the character and appearance of the area, no harmful impact on neighbours' residential amenities, no objections have been received from highways, and the recommendation is for approval conditionally.
Thank you. If I might just ask one question, I know we can consider personal need in certain circumstances. Is this to make the building disabled friendly? Is that what this is for?
Yeah, so it's the disabled adaptation, and Councillor Morgan says providing a ground floor bedroom and wet room.
Thank you. May I dare propose that we approve this application if I have a seconder? Councillor Harrison, thank you. If anybody wants to go to debate, no. If all in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. And that's been approved. Thank you. And thank you all for your time today. You'll be delighted to know there's no additional business. Thank you. If we can now stop the recording.